This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And good afternoon to viewers around the world, and they're on YouTube land, and welcome to the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo, and you're here with me, Phil G, for the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal on the European Cricket Network, the ongoing night series here at this lovely stadium here, bathed in sunlight. It's a warm day. It's only about 26, 27 degrees, but it feels a lot hotter. And when that breeze drops, you can really feel the heat rising. And speaking of heat rising, big match we've got today. Well, big two matches. It's night 17, and we've got match 33 and 34 coming your way soon. Well, match 33 is moments away. Coimbra Knights and Oares. And why don't we see what happened in the all-important toss?
Your ball. Heads is the goal. And it is. We'll have a bat. Oares won the toss. They will have a bat toss.
Thanks very much, Shub. So, skipper for Oares, Conrad Greenshields, pretty keen to get out there and have a bat first. There's very warm conditions there, as I say. Let's have a look at the squads. Have a look first on the right-hand side. That's Oares looking pretty strong there. Taj Mohammed back in the side. He missed a couple of games the other night, and he's back, so it's going to add a lot of firepower to the bowling. A couple of new players there, too. Arnav Kamboj and Syed Maisam. And a couple of regulars as well, Gurjit Singh. And, of course, Asim Sarwar, who probably opened the batting and has done very well in this tournament. Let's have a look at the Coimbra Knights. Pretty much a brand new team. As you can see, they don't have a track record, this gang, and they're here to, well, put in a big show for us today. This is going to be a real test of character and a real test of strength for them, and we wish them all the luck that they can possibly muster. They are 2 from 2. Oares 4 from 4. Sorry, 2 from 2 there. 2 from 4. Phil, get it right. And Oares 4 wins in this tournament. So these two go head-to-head now, and it's going to determine a few of the placings because, well, actually, before we get to that, oh, yes, Oares 86% chance to win this game according to the supercomputer. Coimbra Knights coming at 14%. So supercomputer says, I've seen enough of Oares in the last 4 games, and this is what I think is going to happen. Will that happen? Match 33. Who knows? Could be in the balance. Could be tough going. And we've got a lot of cricket coming up. Have a look at that. Portugal and England going on right now. Cyprus kicking off in less than 48 hours. And Czechia, well, get to my hometown in mid-month, and that's going to go off, starting with the Women's Central European Cup. Can't wait to get involved in that. And, of course, the ECS and the ECI for women and the ECI. Then we go to Romania and Hungary in July, starting in Romania, moving to Hungary straight afterwards. And then in August, going on forward, well, plenty more cricket. It's going to be a big summer here on the European Cricket Network, and we hope we can do enough for your taste as well. I'm sure we can. Now, tomorrow, the England ECS, it's finals day. Big day tomorrow, big day indeed. The eliminator, second versus third, still to be determined. And the qualifier one is going to be first against NCCA, so that's already in the bag. But that's okay. So then we're going to go to qualifier 2. There's the finals, and that's going to be all done and dusted. But that's a big day, a lot to happen, and obviously that's still going right now. There is an overlap between the ECS there in England at Rains Park and us here at Miranda do Corvo. And I'm sure a few people tuning into England one might also be streaming here this one, and not sure where to go, back and forth, we'll see. But it's always lovely to have your company, so big shout out to everyone in the chat. Oh, I can see the Blue Splendors rocking up here. Rob Thompson's there, Kev, Karoom, love to see you too. Wayne's joined as well. Excellent. Good to see you all in there. Scotty Mack is in there too. Stuart Williams has joined us. Wonderful stuff. And it's pouring with rain in London. Is that right, Stuart? It's pouring with rain? I can tell you now, it is warm blue skies here. And it's going to be tough in the field for the Coimbra Knights. After being put into the field by Oares, it's going to be a tough old 10 overs here for them, because the conditions are a little bit warm. There is a breeze coming across the ground. Sadly, my commentator's tent doesn't have an open wall, so I'm kind of constantly having to move around. I might even have to sort of walk out a little bit just to catch the fresh air, because it's getting a little bit stuffy. Anyway, the temperature will drop once the sun goes down, but not here in the cricket. This is going to be a really hot day of cricket, I can tell. And I've got to say, Oares look on here. Having a few chat to them, watching them warming up in the nets, they looked absolutely positive and buzzed. And the Coimbra Knights, as I saw in the teams list there, a lot of new players. It's going to be a test for them, test of character for these players. And let's see how we go. Islam's got the ball. It's Sofikul Islam. He's got the ball, number 5 there. Just getting his people ready. It looks like it's Imran Khan opened the batting. He's at the non-striker's end, and I would suspect that would be Asim Sawa, just trying to get the tall figure, the tall left-hander. It looks like it is indeed Sawa. He usually opens the batting for Awarish. So we're almost set. We're moments away from starting this. This is match 33. Umpire says, "Are you ready, folks? Let's get this thing going." And the bowler is now on his way. Here we go. And a nice leave there. It was a wide though. We start with a wide. Just a bit of a warm-up. Well, Wayne has thrown the gauntlet down here. If Conrad gets a 50, I'll donate 5 memberships. Wayne, that is very generous of you. Thank you very much. And there's the challenge. There it is. Good to see a good crowd in the chat too. Hope you enjoy the cricket here this afternoon. Beautiful conditions for cricket. Just got up a little bit high. Just played off the pad there. Just behind square, short behind square, and that's just a leg by to start the to keep the proceedings going. We've already had a wide, and Sawa still on 0. Turns it over to Khan, and maybe with Khan here, if he gets on fire, might be able to do a few trademark callings of his surname with reference to a movie we're all aware of. We've already had a bit of fun with that in the last few nights throughout this tournament. And I know you, the chat, have been getting involved in that, so join me when it happens. There's the good people. So, right-hander comes on, field moves around a little bit. Not too much, to be honest, but a little bit. Deep mid-wicket drops out, and we have a third man out on the boundary as well. Oh, that keeps low. Hit something and didn't really want to get up that. That's something for the batsman always to watch out for here. We've seen that a lot in this series, and I know Mr. Greenshields might not be happy with me to remind him of the ball that he got in the first match that Awarish played here. He got a straight ball that just didn't bounce and cleaned him up. I think it was his second delivery he faced. And, the look he gave the world was worth a meme. It was great. Apologies, Conrad. Bowler in. And that's gone straight up in the air. Could you believe this is an opportunity already? Oh, and they just can't get to it. The bowler had to make all the effort to get to it. And Khan can thank his lucky stars that did not fall into the hands of a fielder. Well, there you go. Interesting start. Well, just looking at the chat there, Jacques Salkamp, he's saying, wish I was there, stuck in 37-degree Kazakhstan. Good luck, Awarish. And good luck to you two getting out of there. Wayne, yep, good. If I get a chance to, I will. I'll try to get a message to him to let him know. Although you know how it is here, we can't get too close to the players. But I'll try to maybe yell something out. If he might hear me, because my voice does carry to the batters. Funny enough, bowler in, swing and a miss, spins him round like a top. Good bit of pace on that delivery too. It's a good first over from the Coimbra Knights. Good first over. Shout from the captain, Paul Stubbs, saying, guys, get ready for it, fielders, it's coming. It's good work so far. It's early in the first. Good signs, though. Already a chance given by the batsman. It is warm out there. Like I said, the breeze is gusting up occasionally, then it's dropping completely to nothing, so it does suddenly get... Well, that's gone up in the air again, but instead that's going to go very, very fine for 4 runs. You heard it in the comms mic there. The skipper, who's fielding about 20 metres in front of me here, just yelled out, could have gone anywhere, fellas. He's absolutely right. That could have gone anywhere. And it went to fine leg for 4. That's where it did go. So, interesting situation this. Awarish sitting second in the group table. We'll look at the group table a bit later on. We'll have a bit of a bow peep at that one and see what's going on. And Coimbra Knights, well, they're third. It's edged and bounces just in front of the fielder, who chooses to take evasive action rather than try and catch it, and doesn't get his hands to it either to stop the 4. And that is, well, That's a bit of a calamity in the field. That was every opportunity to take that first catch and that first wicket. Instead, it doesn't, and it's 10 off the first over. So Islam is he's disappointed. There was a couple of opportunities there. He found the edge more often than not, and Awarish survive. And they are no wicket for 10. What a funny odd over that was. So I'm guessing that Wayne would like to see the first wicket fall, just so we can see if Conrad can get a 50 and 5 memberships can be gifted, which is, like I said, very generous of you, Wayne. You're a good man. Really appreciate that. We'll see what happens here. Okay, so new bowler fronting up. This is Kadir Ahmad. He's going to come in from the northern end, as all bowlers do, as we have just playing from the one end in this night tournament. And Sarwar taking strike. And there's a short fine leg put in position for the one that gets tucked up around the corner. And unfortunately he's drifted down leg side. And I don't know, maybe trying to go for that little paddle down leg side. That's maybe what he's thinking. Maybe that's the trap they've set for him. Interesting tactics. Mind you though, if he gets it fine, that fielder will come into play. You can just see the bottom of his feet at the top of the screen there on the left hand side. However, to that player's right, there's a massive gap. Well, that's gone up in the air, but that's going to carry... That might even carry the boundary. I think it has. It's almost run into our camera. It's gone for 4, though. Well, there you go. Well, it went fine. It just didn't go exactly the trajectory that maybe the Coimbra Knights were hoping. It's not a bad idea to put a fielder there, don't get me wrong, but having him in short, his possibilities are limited by pretty much just one shot. And now he drops back to the boundary. So now he's gone all the way back to just in front of our camera down there. Bowler into the pads, and that player comes back into the field once again. Into the field of vision, I should say. And he picks up and just the single. So interesting mode of attack. They're trying to keep the ball maybe away from outside off. No big hits over the covers, because we know Sarwar can absolutely launch it over the covers. He's done that time and time again throughout this tournament. Now, Imran Khan gets his chance. He's on 8 from 5. Score is 16 without loss here early in the second. Just mistimes that, punches it down. Bowler falls backwards trying to get that one. And the skipper, Paul Stubbsy, comes in there to pick it up in field and cleans it up. So a bit to play for these teams today. We're looking at a new look Coimbra Knights, but they still have a bit to play for. They're currently sitting 3rd, I believe, on the table. That's full, and that is mishit back to the bowler. So Sarwar just having a bit of trouble with his timing here, just adjusting, which is fair enough. Early days, just in the second here. As I said, Awarish were overtaken in the table the other night by the Fighters, who got 2 wins over 2 nights actually. So effectively 4 wins in a row, back to back, pushed them up above the rest of the teams. But they have played 2 extra games. That's been punched down the ground on the onside. Bowler tries to field. Stubbsy gets around and says, "I got it," and just underarms it back to his bowler. So shot for 1. Sarwar looking at the bottom of his bat there. Yep, maybe his timing's not quite right. Needs a few deliveries to get going, and then when he does, oh boy, stand back. Not a bad over this. Not bad bowling this by Coimbra Knights. They're keeping it tight. Haven't let Awarish get away from them yet. Well, that's full. And that is going to be catching practice for the ball boy. Well, poor old Felix Zev. He's had to do the 180 yet again. I was on this last night. How many times did he have to suddenly spin the steering wheel around, pull on the handbrake, and do a big 180 and get out the gate to get the ball? And it's happened again. Finishes that over with a big 6. Does Imran Khan 14 off the over. He's raced to 15 from 7. Sarwar 6 from 5. 2 overs down, 24 on the board, no loss. And Awarish looking a bit more settled now. There's a couple of chances in that first over. We saw a few skiers. Stuart Williams, the ground looks absolutely rock hard, is it? How do I say this? Yes. Very rock hard. Okay, so there you go. So apologies, Irish are actually on top. Fighters joined them, but they've got the more inferior net run rate. So Irish are still sitting top of the table on 14 points, but a much more superior run rate to the Fighters are also on 14 points. Coimbra Knights in third place, and they're one game behind, one win behind, I should say. Sorry, they're on the same amount of games as Irish, and obviously after these two, they're going to be both up to 6 games. As we head through Group B, which is going to culminate on Saturday. And on Saturday, just a reminder, don't forget about this, it's 4 games. We're starting early. It's not going to be an afternoon and evening series. So just remember that, 4 games. Islam back for his second over. And he's been spanked with a cover drive. Bang, look at that. What a great shot. That has gone really, really quick. 1 bounce, 4. 28 for no loss. So Sawa picking things up now, getting into it, and maybe he's seen the ball well, so this could definitely be the Sawa show now. Those few little sort of niggling starts where he wasn't quite middling it and hitting the toe of the bat and things like that. Just a bit of a struggle. Bowler in. Well, good response from the bowler. Gets a quicker one through. Yeah, just going back, just want to elaborate on to Stuart about the ground. Yeah, I've walked out on the ground and it does look a lot drier than it was. I don't know whoever was watching, well, most of you were probably watching the series when we started a couple of weeks ago now, and the ground was quite lush and green. There's been a fair bit of rain, and it was still raining a few times during some of these matches we had at night. I think matches 1 and 2, then all the way through to about the 7th match, we still had a bit of rain, and inside out that shot goes, and that's going to bounce away for 4 runs. Nope, it's going to go for 6. Sorry, unsighted there was the boundary line, and it has indeed gone over it for 6. So Sawa he started the motorbike, and it's purring. Yeah, the ground was quite green here, but now, if you have a look at it, it's starting to look quite dry. It's quite hard to walk on as well. You wouldn't want to be diving and taking catches on that ground and diving to save the runs. It's not going to be a very friendly landing. That's for sure. It's not going to be user friendly. So caution there for the fielders. Islam in again. This has been hit down the ground, slightly mishit. Didn't go exactly where he wanted to. Fielder with a rush of blood comes in from extra cover and easily makes the single there. Sawa motors along to 17. Scores 35 for no loss. 2.4 overs gone. And Imran Khan gets his chance to have a look now at Islam, at his bowling, and see what he can do. Mohamed Shanto asking how many teams will qualify, and well, Jules is exactly correct there. Thanks, Jules. It will be 5 teams to go to the Super 5, and that's wide down leg side, and that's going to run away. Oh, a bit of fancy footwork, successful fancy footwork on the boundary there, I think. Umpire is probably going to wait for the officials to give him the nod. He's a long way away there. I think they just want to have another look at that. And while we're looking at that, let me just quickly talk about the Super 5. So Super 5, Group A, top 2 teams from Group A who have already played. They finished a week ago. And the top 2 teams on the table for Group B. Just wait for the signal. And it was indeed saved. Good work on the boundary line there. Top 2 teams from Group B. That's 4 of your 5. And then we'll take the next best placed team. So look at who came third in both of those groups. And whoever's got the most points, they get the gig. Shy at the bowler's end, goes quite wide. Bit of work for Stubbs to get across there, and he does. And he stubs any more overthrows, gets back to his bowler. So that's how the Super 5 will work. Now the Group B games will finish on Saturday, so we're playing those 4 Group B games, and the Porto Wanderers are involved in all 4 games. I'm sure they're going to bring a fairly big team and an entourage for that. Going to have to rotate players. It's going to be a warm day on Saturday. And then on Sunday, it's the first matches 1 and 2 of the Super 5. And obviously we're looking forward to seeing what happens then when we whittle this group of 10 down to 5. Oh, it's a beamer. It's been picked up. No ball's been given. And he takes the catch, but it's no ball. I hope he realises that. A few of the fielders didn't realise that. They were clapping and starting to run into the bowler, but it is given no ball. Square-legged indicator, loud and quickly, and replicated by the standing umpire. Still, it was a good takedown there, wasn't it? Gets around and had to stretch just a little bit towards the end, but into the gloves. And it's 40 without loss. Looks like one more to come in the over. And of course, with the no ball, that means it's a free hit coming. So, unfortunately for the bowler, he's bowled a bit of an erratic delivery. I mean, he can't really sort of look at anyone else to sort of blame for that, except for the mirror, of course. Stuart, you're welcome. Happy to help you, mate. And the free hit has gotten away from everyone except the man at third man. And he fires in return, and they get just one on that free hit. And that will be the end of the over. That is 3 gone, 41 on the board. And no wickets taken yet. So power play is done and dusted. Sawa is on 19 from 11. And Imran Khan doing quite well too. And let's have a look at the towers. And they're getting better and better. That's the logic there. 10, 14, then 7. 41 in total off the power play. And danger signs here for Coimbra Knights. They need to get a wicket or two to feel good about this run chase that they're going to be involved in after this innings. Imran Khan there, 16 from 8. Scotty saying, I can't wait to get over to Europe to play. Looks like a great time rather than cold South Australia. You're absolutely right. I'm from Melbourne myself. I know exactly what you're talking about there, Scotty. Especially around this time of the year when things start to get a little ugly. It took a while to adapt to European summer for me. I was always a little bit scared around May and June, thinking, oh, this is where the Melbourne weather starts to kick in. Usually, what's it like here in Europe? It's very nice. Very nice indeed. So, new bowler is Rahan Khan. That's just been paddled with a soft hands to the third man. He's a bit wider now, that third man for Sawa. He's had a bit to do down there. In fact, I would say that the fielders behind the wicket have probably had more to do so far in this innings than the men in front of the wicket. And that'd be third man and fine leg. Had a fair bit to do. Wayne asking if Phil would dive to take a catch. Can I just answer that with a firm And that's edge, streaky shot. It's a tough one because it's going to run away from the fielder, and that goes over the bench for 4. But streaky in the air. Khan living dangerously. They're both on 20, the batsmen. Khan going a little bit better in the strike rate. He's done that off 9, and Sawa off 12. The score goes to 46 for no loss. 3.2 overs gone. And, Rahan Khan needs to find his radar here and start bowling a little bit tighter. Can't get taken away too much. Oh, another streaky edge. Just slashing blade. It goes about 1.5 foot above the keeper's glove. So you could call it safe or you could call it close. And it runs away for 4 runs again. So the runs are starting to come thick and heavy now. Thick and heavy indeed. Just a brief shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks for keeping the questions coming, and thanks to the Blue Spanner crew for keeping everyone up to date on what's going on. Really appreciate that. Just give another shout out to Jules. Thanks for giving a bit of guidance to some of the people in there. Good man. Shot. Bang. That's quite comical. It's not indoor cricket. You can't catch it off the stand. The lovely slash outside off stump over the covers, hits the stand on the full, bounces back into play, caught by the man at point, turns around, his hands up there and says, "How's that?" Don't think so. Yes, indoor cricket rules do not apply outdoors, of course. And there's a big gap there. Big gap. I think the ball may beat the fielders. Oh, Scotty, you be careful diving like that, mate, especially knee first. There is no giving that ground. You be very careful there. He's a tough unit. He's got a big patch of dirt right on his right knee where he dove. But that was getting away from all the time. That's 460 for no loss. And it's getting towards the end of the 4th. One more to come. Have a look at this again. Just that right knee. Oh. Just for a moment I got a little scared for the man. I thought, no, please don't. Shot like a rocket. Like an absolute rocket. Square drive. opens the face of the bat, bang, 4 runs. Well, they're doing it in more 4s than 6s at the moment, but they're doing it handsomely. That's the end of the 4, 64 on the board. The run rate is climbing up to now 16. Sawa on 20. But Imran Khan, he's put the foot down of that over. He's gotten himself up to 38 from 13. And unfortunately for Rahan Khan, he goes for 23 from that over. He's delivered a magical over. This could really blow out here. Not sure what the chat may think. I'm seeing a few numbers in the chat, people thinking where the score might lie. I'm not sure if you're really sort of thinking it through, though. Whatever you've put on there, I'd be adding it. Have a look at that run rate. It's going one direction. Unlike the band, no direction. Oh, no, they're called One Direction, aren't they? My fault. My bad. Any fans out there, apologies. Not really. So, new bowler comes on. It's Mohammad Imran Hassan. He's going to have a chance to bowl. And judging by the length of his run-up, looks like we're going to see maybe a little bit of spin, something a bit slower. So the Irish batsman going to have to adjust to this. And let's see if he can slow some of this these runs that are leaking. Sawa facing. He's on 20 from 12. Well, he went a bit further back with a run-up, but it didn't really help because he's managed to get that one right down leg side. Now his right arm around the wicket to the lefty. Does he change over for the right-hander? I wonder. Sawa very kindly returns in the ball. Yes, he does. He does. He changes sides. So he's going to come over the wicket now for the right-hander. And Imran Khan, he's on 38. He'll be eyeing off a half-century, probably this over. The way he was hitting the ball last over was very sweet and very powerful. Let's have a look. Gets down the pitch, hits the pad, well outside the line. Oh, trouble at the bowler's end. The question's asked. We're going to go to the replay. Sawa backed up a long way there. And Imran Khan stood his ground and said, "You got to be kidding me, I'm not running on that." And Sawa's pointing at the position where the ball came from. And he's even saying, "Look, mate, we could have made that." He was almost at the other end. Taken, stumps broken, and he's gone. He's gone, but not by much. I think he feels he's gone. One more time. Look how close he is to the striker's end. Bowler pleading for the ball. He takes it actually really well, but he took it in front of the stumps. Turns around to go smash. For me, I think that looks like he hasn't made his ground. That was my feeling. Umpires concur. Officials concur, and that is a run out at the non-striker's end, and that's a bit tragic for Sawa. He gets run out at the non-striker's end for 20, and Coimbra Knights get the first wicket. They're going to be very happy to get that. So, there you go. Anyone else in the chat want to have a ping at where they think the score's going to lie? The expected score, according to Supercomputer, is 160. And Wayne in the chat, he'll be watching this for the next few minutes because skipper Greenshields has come to the crease. And as Wayne quite happily said earlier in the chat, if Conrad can pick up a 50 here, he's happy to gift memberships. 5 memberships, wasn't it, Wayne? I think it was 5, which I think is very generous and really good of you. So, I'm sure most of the chat will be cheering on as he goes to the non-striker's end in the distinctive orange helmet, while Imran Khan is going to be at the striker's end because the run-out was at the non-striker's end. So, Imran Hassan to continue. And that has gone bash. It's gone up a long way, but I think it's going to fall. Oh, it falls. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Didn't get the distance he wanted. Certainly got the elevation. Just a slight miss hit. There was definitely that woody sound, that sort of high-pitched sound coming from the wood that makes you think it definitely wasn't hit well. Stuart Williams is saying 130 to 140. Trip Denny's joined us. Hello there, Trip. Good to see you. I saw other numbers in the chat where people were saying maybe 145, 147. I'm thinking, well, there's a lot of ifs and buts. Let's see what happens here. Gets the dance, and that has been middled. Proper middled. And I'm not sure it's actually even come down yet. It's come down now. The umpire had to wait until it landed, and then he said, yes, put your hands in the air like you just don't care. Oh, I'm channeling Rico now. 76 for 1. 4.5 overs gone. We're in the 5th. Conrad has just joined Imran. And Imran Khan is on 48 not out from 16, so he's absolutely motoring along here, taking this bowling action apart. The complete bowling attack has been ruined here. Let's see what he can do with this one. Ooh, now that got up. He's going to get to the non-striker's end. Maybe the umpire will have a look at him there, because I think that's smushed him. Yep, that's hit him in the helmet and then round about the mush area, I think. Just making sure he's okay. Yeah, okay. He's just walking around a little bit, just getting his bearings. I think he's saying I'm okay. I think he's saying I'm alright. Yeah, looks to me like the umpire said, I've checked him out, he's okay, he'll be fine. And that brings Greenshields on to strike. And umpire quite rightly just reminds the bowler, that's your short for the over, no more of that, thanks, or you will get penalised. And Greenshields starts us off with a elevated cut shot for 6. Nicely executed. To be honest, the ball just sat up there. It was, I think, after that short delivery, I felt the bowler maybe was giving something probably a little bit too meek. Probably should have bowled it a lot fuller and a lot straighter than that. But anyway, it was hung out there to dry, and Greenshields obliged. Big hit. Big hit indeed. Another shout out from the chat, over 156. So everyone's thinking big score here today. That's leg side wide. Well taken by the keeper. Very well taken. And we'll try the last ball, the over, one more time. So Imran Hassan, he's gone for 19 off this over. One more run and we'll call this magical. What do you say? 84 for 1. Last ball. And he gets another wide in, unfortunately. Otherwise, could have been, dot ball. Dot balls are going to be like hen's teeth out here today. So we'll try that last ball of the 5th one more time. It's slow, it's full. He hits it back to the bowler. And that's very well fielded off your own bowling. He's wringing the hands a little bit. I think that definitely stung. It wasn't hit back with full force, so think about that. That is 5 gone, 85 on the board. The run rate is at 17. It is climbing every time I look at it. Have a look at this. Yep, got hit back very hard. So Imran Khan, he's on 48 from 17. Greenshields, that 1-6, and he's faced 2 deliveries for that. And Imran Hassan has gone for 20 off his over. And this is very interestingly poised at the halfway stage of this innings. 5 overs gone, 5 more to come. How much further we're going to get? I agree, Wayne. I did see your comment, Wayne, about calling him Floss. And you're absolutely right, he can handle it. He's a good bloke. Always there with a good comment as well. He can take him, he can give him. It's all good. So, new bowler in. And new bowler out. That's Kadir Ahmed for his second over, and he's been taken downtown, and that is a big, big hit. Generous round of applause from the dugout there. The Awarish dugout. Sitting in the sun. That must be really quite warm over there. Half the dugout are actually sitting behind the light pole, I just noticed too. I don't blame him. It's quite warm in the sun, but as long as you've got a breeze coming, it's okay. It's bearable. And he's beaten. But that was the 50 for Imran Khan. Sorry, I didn't celebrate it loudly there, but that is indeed the 50. He got 50 off 18. Imran Khan, 50 off 18. A really good innings that, and some real good clean hitting in the last couple of overs. And he's dug that one out wide, and again that's hit the stand and bounced back into play. And that same fielder from point, he didn't catch it that time, but he's had to go and collect it. And the umpire want to take a look at that ball and make sure it's still round, mostly. And we'll continue. So Kadir Ahmad, he's now gone for a couple of big hits. He's to find something here. Halfway through the 6th. And it's an edge just outside the hands of the keeper. Just a couple more inches to his right, and he could have snaffled that. Well, Imran Khan, he's skied a couple and he's missed a couple that have gone up in the air, but they haven't fallen to hand. No one has technically dropped a catch. because I think basically shouldn't have to hit the hand in order for it to be dropped. But there's been a couple of chances that have gone begging. 98 for 1. 2 balls to come in this over. Greenshields gives that a smack towards the long on boundary. It's just the single. Doesn't quite get it. He doesn't quite get to pull it as square as he wanted. There's a massive gap between deep square leg and deep mid wicket. I mean, that is a proper big gap there. You get it on the ground through there, coming off these blades, swinging, and that is an instant 4. And obviously go aerial, even better. Kadir in again. And how has that missed the stumps? Wow. Wow. Good delivery. Last ball of the 6 is a dot ball. 99 for 1 are Awarish. Looking to put on a big score here for the Colombo Knights to chase when they get their opportunity in probably about 20 minutes' time. We'll see. But Kadir Ahmed is done. He's got 28 from his 2 overs. He's been pretty expensive. I think it's fair to say that the Colombo Knights bowlers have been a little bit expensive, but these Awarish batsmen, especially this top order, they really are on song at the moment. They came here to play a big game. This is Imran Hassan, and there goes Imran Hassan over the fence. No, it didn't go over the fence. Okay, well, Falak Zeb is giving directions to some people who've made a wrong turn, I think, over on the boundary line. So our ball boy didn't get a chance to go and get that one. It had to be fielded by the fielder. So that's a big 6. And the 100's up, 105 for 1 after 6 overs and 1 delivery. Hits him on the pad, nothing going there. Just to make sure, just removes that from any chance of rolling on the stumps and dislodging a bail. It's good defensive work there after the ball's been bowled. Have a look at this. Just starts to give the charge. Just didn't really get close enough to that. The ball was too close into the body made for that shot. Anyway, dot ball. Played with soft hands. He guides that really well. Just goes wide of the man at point and it's an easy single. Yeah, easy singles all around the ground here. If I have a quick look at the offside, you've got the skipper at mid-off. He's a deep mid-off just inside the circle. Then the other fielder on the offside is point, and then everyone else, the other fielder is then behind the wicket. And Khan just strolls down the wicket as casual as you like it's a Sunday afternoon. He's out just buying some groceries and having a drink down the street with his mates. He goes bang, 6. That was, I would have to describe that as pedestrian in style, but really, really good execution style as well. So he was a professional pedestrian just then. 67 he's on. And he goes another time, and this time he hits it down the throat of the deep mid-wicket, and he's gone. Didn't get the elevation he wanted on that one. And so that's the second wicket down, and Imran Khan goes for that 67 from 24 deliveries. And Coimbra Knights managed to get rid of the dangerous batsman who was starting to look like he was just happy just to keep belting 6s until he got his ton and maybe even get the score up around the 180 mark. That's what we were thinking. Trip Denny, I love your comment from just a couple of seconds ago. Sorry, I didn't see it the first time around. Well said. Very well said. He's got nothing to do with it. And I'm going to leave it there because we've all got our thoughts. But anyway, wicket down. 112 for 2. We've got one more to come in the 7th. Imran Hassan has toiled and he's got a wicket. Just played with soft hands by the new batsman out to man at cover. They've brought in a cover now. I was just describing the offside field before. They didn't have a man at cover. The gap between point and mid-off was huge. So anything that was outside off was just, was basically baby food for these batsmen who were just loving it and going crash, crash. New batsman, it's Gurjeet Singh. Just for people keeping note of that, Gurjeet Singh. There is another G Singh. There is Girish Singh also playing for Awarish. He's the wicket keeper, but that is definitely not him. That's Gurjeet. And we start with a wide and then one, I think. Yes, and another one as we kick off the 8th over here. And that looks like it's Mohammad Alauddin Rimon We haven't seen him bowl yet, so let's have a look. And let's see what Conrad does with this. He smashes it. One bounce, 1 foot inside the line. A little bit of puff of dust comes up, and that is a big hit for 4. Shot. No protection on the boundary in that area. There's the point is right on the boundary line, and then you have to go all the way over to mid-wicket. There's no one on the boundary line deep. Although cover is going back now. Well, Conrad's gone towards deep mid-wicket, and that does indeed carry. That's 6. So it's battle stations now. Someone in the chat asking Wayne, what's wrong? Believe me, nothing's wrong with Wayne. It's all right. Oh, what a delivery! That tricky bounce almost has Greenshields edging it to the keeper there. You see, it just goes past the grill. Was not expecting that. He was looking to play it with soft hands, maybe down to like that vacant gap between the third man and the man on the point boundary. Yeah, the cover boundary is dropping back now, so he's now going for deep area, but there's no one else between him and point. And now that's going to squeeze away. Couple of bounces, 4 runs. Lovely shot. So Gurjeet Singh's getting in on the action too. And the Awarish total now getting scary. 130 for 2. 2 more balls to come in the 8th over, then 2 more overs to go. The score is building. It's building nicely. Nicely for Awarish. Not so nice if you're a Coimbra Knights fan. And that's come down here towards me. And it lands not too far over the boundary line, to be honest. But a 6 none the same. As I said, there is no fielder deep. Straight, no long on or long off. No, we have a long off now. So, skipper Paul Stubbs has said, I'll stay here at long off. Try that again, I'll take the catch. That's been basically swatted down the ground to deep mid-wicket. Sort of a straightish deep mid-wicket. I wouldn't call him a long on. Or if he is a wide long on. And that is the over done. 137 for 2. 8 overs gone. 2 overs to come. And Mohamed Alauddin Rimon has gone for 23. A couple of magicals in this innings. A couple of magical overs if you're keeping watch on that one. So we're still interested to see what happens here with that final total. It's going to be big. It's going to be, if Greenshield stays there and Gurjeet Singh stay there and they put on a partnership, it's going to be quite big. It's going to be around the 170, possibly 180. Little dip there in the run rate when Imran Khan went out. Wow, that sounded absolutely fantastic. That sounded amazing. Absolute crack heard around the arena. Big 6 from Gurjeet Singh there. Good evening, John Gray. Good to see you. And you join us just as Gurjeet Singh goes downtown. And he takes Rahan Khan with him. So he's come for a bit of stick, Rahan Khan. He needs to find something here. He's gone for 29 off 7 deliveries, basically. That's gone more up in the air. There's a possibility of a catch here. Fielder set himself. Takes the catch. Well judged catch there. Well done. That's Azim. Good work. Came off the extra cover boundary. Got in front of Paul Stubbs. Stubbsy was happy to let him take the catch. Well caught. 3rd wicket down. And Gurjeet Singh's small innings. Well, he came in, got on with it, so didn't hang about. And either get in or get out, I guess, is what you say. And that's exactly what's happened. So Coimbra Knights pick up another wicket. Dot ball. Importantly, it's a dot ball as well. Especially when you've got, 10 deliveries to go. And you're worried about the score properly blowing out. And it's going to be Amir Ikram. Is the new batsman going to the striker's end. Obviously, with the catch there, new batsman goes straight to face the first ball. Some people are thinking 175 on the cards. Well, like I said, 10 deliveries to go, and Khan here getting carded a bit. Oh, dot ball, 2 dot balls in a row. I got to say, Wayne, I'm not sure Conrad's going to face enough deliveries to get a 50, and I think your very generous offer may unfortunately go begging. But it was a very good offer nonetheless. Let's see what happens. Still 9 deliveries left. They run a bye. That came off the lid. Yeah, the batsman's okay, he's moving quite well. Umpire just wants to have a quick look, make sure it's all still intact. Just a quick little check there. Good work from umpire there. Umpire Crute doing his job. Good stuff. Right, Conrad. Mr. Greenshields has 2 balls in this over. That's the bounce to come. That's done. What can you do here? And then what can you do in the next to try to score that 50? Set the chat on fire. Oh, it's almost caught behind. He's almost nicked it to the keeper. I can't believe that. Did that hit the glove? Did it hit the glove of the keeper and just pop out? That was so close. Greenshields goes to 25. Streaky stuff here. Rayman Khan bowling a much better over this time around than his first. And he gets another dot ball. This is a much better over. Well done, well bowled. Suddenly that 180 is looking pretty much nigh impossible. 170 is looking a bit tough. He puts his hands in the air and he says to the keeper, "Oh, if only you'd caught that. If only you caught that." But he couldn't. 145 for 3. 9 gone. The bowling figures. A couple of the bowlers will wince when they see that. Especially Rimon, who came on and went for 23 off of that over. He got absolutely spanked. Like a rude child, he got properly spanked. Oh, no, batsman not quite ready. You hear the shadow. Oh, come on, from the field there. Tanvir Shanto is going to bowl. Greenshields facing. Can he get 25 off the over? Now, what's this about? I'm not sure what this is about. There's talking. Man at point is yakking. And that's not cool. Surely he knows that's not right. Good call from the skip there. Hats off to the skip for dealing it to his team. No talking to the end of the over. And Greenshields deals with that one by belting it downtown for 6. That's massive. There you go. So here, 150's up. 151 for 3. 5 balls to left to go in this over. Yeah, a little bit of disruption there was just caused by, I think the man at point was talking to the keeper, I think, or talking to maybe the man who's fielding right the other side of the ground. But either way, you don't do that when the bowler's walking in. It's not polite. Bowler in again. And Conrad goes for another 6. No one's catching that one. Maybe the production team might catch it, but no one else is. That's a big hit. Massive. So, Trip Denny, 25 runs needed. There's 12. So, if he can hit 2 more of those and get a single, then Wayne, we're all going to be looking at you, and we're going to be very happy. People in the chat, get ready. This is going to be exciting. Oh, he throws it wide. Get the feeling Conrad's not going to be interested in taking byes here. I think he wants to keep himself at that end and see if he can get that half a ton. And then Wayne in the chat is going to gift 5 memberships. Let's have a look. Oh, it's been mishit. It's going to run away. Fielder has just lost it ever so slightly, and they're not going to get back. Not going to get back for the second, unfortunately. So 158 for 3. Sorry, 159 for 3 now after that delivery. Greenshields will go to 38. Oh, and a dot ball. And I reckon that's pretty much the chance of Conrad getting a 50 got done and dusted now. 159 for 3, 9.4. He's not going to get there. And unfortunately, Wayne, keep your 5 memberships. Keep it for the next match. And that's gotten away from the keeper, unfortunately, so they're going to run a bye. So Conrad Greenshields skipper on 38 from 13. And Ikram hasn't bothered the scorers. He's still on his duck. He's been there for 5 dot balls, though. And the run rate has definitely dropped a little bit. We were looking at 180 at one point, even 175. It's now down, well, it's 160 plus this. Plus nothing. So 160 is where the score ends. Coimbra Knights 160 for 3. 161 is going to be the target to chase. Oarish, they end up with 160 for 3 from their 10. Green Shields with a very good quick fire 38. Imran Khan really securing things for the batting side there with a big innings and helped along with Sawa at the top. And the Coimbra Knights are going to have to get together and have a talk about that. Not enough wickets, not enough dot balls, and too many loose deliveries taken downtown. And there was a lot of fours hit in the first half. Have a look at that. That is a good example of the batting team doing their job in a T10 right there. 20 at the top there. Good opening stand for those two batsmen. Imran Khan obviously leading with that 67 from 24. Green Shields, the skipper, coming in, and 14 deliveries for his 38. We thought he might be on to get a 50. Wayne in the chat had offered 5 free memberships if that was going to happen. There was a chance, but then there was a miss hit which got him off the strike, so it doesn't happen. Bowling figures, well, Tanvir Shanto did well in terms of economy rates, so did Qadir Ahmed. Everybody else went for a fair bit there. Sofikul at Islam at the top there went for 13 off his 2 overs, so he's the best of the economies. And unfortunately, only wickets there to Imran Hassan. And there was a run out there as well, don't forget. And Rayhan Khan picked up a wicket as well. So that's the mid-match summary. As you can see, it was pretty much all Awarish there. One-way traffic. And the Coimbra Knights pretty much ran into a barrage of 6s and 4s from Imran Khan, Cronway Green Shields, and from Azim Sawa, who put on a really good score. Really good show here. 160 for 3, that means 161 from 60 deliveries. A lot of work for the Coimbra Knights. A lot of work indeed. Just a reminder too that I think I might have mentioned in the lineups that Taj Muhammad is back in the team for Awarish, so that's going to add a lot more speed to their bowling. The Coimbra Knights are going to have to be really, really on here. I'm just going to see how the run chase goes. We never know. Good on you, Wayne. Gifted 1 ECN membership. Good for you. Much appreciated. Really much appreciate that. Yep. Well, Trip Danny said exactly what I said. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a pin in that, and I'm going to take a little break as well. Going to get out of this little sauna box here in the sun, get myself some fresh air and some fresh water, and I will be back in about 6 or 7 minutes for this run chase. Coimbra Knights need 161 from 60 balls. You're watching the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal at the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. This is Phil G, and I will be back very shortly. Don't go too far. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back for the all-important run chase for the Coimbra Knights here. They're chasing 161 here at the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Covo in central Portugal. And it's 28 matches since a golden ball. You never know. That's all I'm going to say on that. You never know. And it's about time we had one. And I know that the chat has been behind me on this to hope that I can maybe call one golden ball tomorrow night. Just remember, we're back again Friday night cricket here at the stadium. And it's the Rangers against Awarish. So Awarish, don't go too far because you're back here tomorrow night. And a couple of important games there for them as well as the Rangers. Well, the Rangers need to get something to get them off the bottom. I don't think they're going to get off the bottom, but they need to get something in that win column, something to feel good and something to take home and maybe show the kids. So that's on tomorrow night. That's Friday night cricket here in the European Cricket Series tonight here in Portugal. This is Phil G back on comms for you in the central commentary position, getting ready to call this run chase. And 161 needed for the Coimbra Knights after 160 runs were put on the board by the Awarish batsman. We're moments away from the restart. I can see the bowler there. It looks like it's Mahmood. Asad Mahmood. And he's ready. Umpire gives him permission to get this game going again. And that's hit down the ground very nicely. A couple of bounces down here to Sawa fielding in front of me at long off, where he's been fielding pretty much almost the whole tournament. I feel like we've become very close friends because he's been near me so much, so often when he's been playing. Don't know if he feels the same. Opening batsman, you've got Mohammad Alauddin Rimon, and it is Safiqul Islam who opened the bowling. He's going to open the batting as well. Coimbra Knights did a lot of runs, so this power play is really important. Hit straight to the man there at a deep mid on. I'm trying to decide whether he's long on. Sorry, long on or deep mid on, or he's mid on. I think he's just deep mid on. He's a few feet in. And that's been slashed outside off, and that's gone all the way for 6. So that's what we call getting on your bike. Get things going. Big loud cheers from the dugout. That's what you can hear coming through the effects mic. The Coimbra Knights team giving plenty of encouragement to their players as Mohammad Alauddin Rimon goes over the top. And it's a streaky edge. It's just the man from point gets around there and fires in a return, and just a very quick single to get through there. You can see there 152 from 56, and the run rate already starts at around 16. And there it is. So this power play massively important for Coimbra Knights. It's a good ball. Good comeback from the bowler there. Keeps his concentration and pushes one past the flailing edge. Islam's bat just doesn't connect. Rob Thompson waiting for that catch, Phil. I know. I just haven't had an opportunity. And it's another good delivery. And that good delivery is going to finish the over. 9 without loss. And Mahmood again does the job at the top there. Just the one boundary coming off it, but dot balls at the end to dry things up. First over down, and then already the run rate starts getting towards 17 and getting ugly very quickly. So the Coimbra Knights need to go right from the start here. They tried to. They hit 1-6 in that over, but when you've got to go at, well, you tell me how many boundaries that is. That's got to be at least 3 boundaries and over to maintain 16 or 17 runs and over for a win. That's pretty difficult. Stuart Williams saying Rangers playing for pride tomorrow here at the European Cricket Series tonight in Portugal. I concur. Awarish sitting top of the table for a reason. And after these 2 matches tonight, well, they could be sitting even clear at the top of the table. It's up to the Coimbra Knights to do something about that. Well, that has taken off. And Taj Mohammed, who's probably one of the fastest bowlers pretty much in Europe, I'd have to say, he gets some proper pace going. He's a scary proposition to face him on this pitch, and he has bowled a wide that just went, bosh, I'm out of here, said the ball. So, Rob Thompson, I'm waiting for that catch as well, and I promise you, if the opportunity presents itself, I will not disappoint. I don't like to let my fans down, or my friends. Taj Mohammed in again. Just a bit too much piri-piri sauce on that one, gets it through, well done, good bowling. And that's to Mohammad Alauddin Rimon, who hit a lovely 6 in the previous over, but he was unable to get bat and ball there. Let's have a look at the field. So you've got a third man who's down the boundary line, and you've got the rest of the field deep backward point, extra cover, and mid on, all in the circle. Now there's another fielder coming across, and he's going to drop into what looks to be halfway between deep backward point and third man. So they're expecting more of this slashing and getting edges outside off. Oh, bad luck for the keeper there. Had to do a bit of work to get across, and he just couldn't quite get it. That's a good effort, though. Gets a generous round of applause from his teammates. So the attack was definitely going to happen offside. The leg side is looking a bit quiet. Got a mid wicket, and on the boundary there is a wideish fine leg, almost at a 45. So this is Islam on strike. He's only faced 3 deliveries, and he almost gets a feather on that. This is proper speed here, proper. Coimbra Knights 15 without loss here in the second, and they're facing some real express pace bowling here from Taj Muhammad. He comes in again. This time it's towards the toes. It's picked up, shot the stumps. Well, the batsmen still haven't actually got to the non-strikers end. They were both at the wrong end, and that has gone for 4 overthrows. Well, what a strange old situation that was. Unfortunately, it was Jean-Claude Duval in the mid-wicket position, had a shot at the stumps. There was no one at the stumps, and the 2 batsmen were down at the bowler's end. Sorry, at the striker's end. And unfortunately, no one could get to the stumps in time. The fielders were all too deep, and it all happened so quickly. If he'd hit, I guess it would have been a raffle, or maybe paper, rock, scissors to see which batsman would have to go out. And as it is, they survive. And it's overthrows included. 4 overthrows. That's a funny old situation. So we reset. Taj Muhammad getting some proper pace here now. I'm sure you can see it on the replays when he's bowling, and even if you see it live, he's getting some real action happening. Yeah, just to clarify, there was no single taken off that previous ball. It was just the overthrows. As the batsman who played the shot, which was Muhammad Alauddin Rimon, he didn't move. He hit it straight to mid-wicket, and it was his batting partner Islam who was charging down the pitch. Sorry, other way around. That's been hit up in the air, and it's safe because it's 6. It's a big hit for 6. That is indeed Islam on strike who hit that for 6. My apologies to him for not crediting him with that single where he stood his ground and told his batting partner to get back there. 25 for no loss. So Taj Muhammad gets hit back over his head, which is never something to make a smile on the face of a pace bowler at any time. One more to come in this second over. 136 and 49 needed. Run rate is 16.65. And you heard the grunt there as Taj puts a little bit of extra pepper on that one, pushes it through, and that's where the second over will conclude, and the score will finish on 25 for 0, 25 for none after 2. Getting a bit excited there. There's definitely not 2 wickets down. Coimbra Knights are currently sitting pretty with no wickets in the wicket column. Awarish also sitting pretty at the top of the standings there. You can see very superior run rate to the fighters, but on equal points. Coimbra Knights equal points with the Porto Wanderers, but also a better run rate as well. And you be careful here. If they don't get the win, but they lose net run rate, they could slip down to 4th pretty quickly. So it's important for them to get runs on the board, and they need to get moving. It's a big ask. This is a tough team they've come up against now, especially considering of all the new players who've come together for the Coimbra Knights. It's going to be very, very tough indeed. So, new bowler comes in. This is going to be Saeed Maysam. And he's bowling to Muhammad Alauddin Rimon, who's on 9 from 5 balls faced. He was very keen to get on strike in the last over. Almost affected run out when he was standing next to his batting partner at the striker's end. But the ball missed. Good stuff. Bowler in. And there we go. Full toss at the base of the stumps. Crash. And that's the first wicket. So Rimon is gone. Pretty much just completely missed this. It's full. It drops. And I think it pitched just like inches in front of the stumps. And went bang. So, instant wicket there at the start of the third. And that's the end of one of the Coimbra Knights openers. So, Awarish here, having their little huddle and saying, well done. How about we get another one? Yeah, as I said, it's very warm out there. The sun is slowly sinking in the west. It's starting to get, what time is it? It's pushing after 6:30 now. It's breeze is getting a little bit cooler as it's coming across the ground as well, so the conditions aren't too bad for the players. It's much better than it was when they all arrived here a couple of hours ago. But the new batsman, he's going to feel the heat, isn't he? This is Azhar Azim. He hangs the bat out there. Pretty much after the ball had passed, he was nowhere near that. Maybe just trying to prove to people he was trying to have a go. We'll see. See what we can do again. Obviously, Masam, he's going to want to get the batsman swinging and get him playing outside off in search for another wicket. I like Naps joins the chat. Good evening there to you. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're well. Hope everyone's well in the chat. Thanks to everyone in the chat for joining us. You're always welcome here. We enjoy reading your comments too. And that's why, you could tell that was why, just a little bit too much on that. Probably need to just cool it a bit. Have a look at this. So my Sam, he strays, gets another extra on the total. 26 for 1, 2.2 overs gone. Early days, but still 135 runs needed. Plenty of runs needed. Not many deliveries at all. Run rate now 17.6. Swing and a miss. Was not beyond the wides. The wide tracks. Was out there to be carved away, but not happening. It's still inside the power play. So if they want to go aerial over the infield on the offside, there is nobody back on the offside at all. So if they can connect with shots like that, they should be banking fours all afternoon. But unfortunately, they're not connecting because the bowling's just a bit too good. Okay, bowler in again. And again, another dot ball. Just can't get into the line, can he? Azim is just standing there and just swinging, hoping that he'll connect. Have a look at this. How's the foot movement? Oh, it's more of a trepidation sort of. How would you say that? Trepidatious? No, I'm not going to try that. It's a dodgy little shuffle. How about that? It's a dodgy little shuffle, but there's really no getting in the line of the ball and hitting through the line. It's just nervous, sort of like battling my feet up and down, and then I swing. Needs to focus here. He's the third batter in the lineup. First bat, first drop. Let's see if he can get amongst the runs. He's still on his duck. So bowler in again. Still got two to come. Well, he's got to hit one of them eventually. Just by the pure laws of probability, one of these balls outside off will have to be hit. It's got to be. There's a slip in place now because they're thinking it's going to be a sharp edge going to be coming. They're having a chat with his batting partner. Not really sure what Islam can add to this conversation, really. I think if I was the non-striker, I think I'd walk up and say, forward defence, bat on ball, feel the bat on the ball, and worry about the next over now. That's probably what I would say. Well, he definitely hit the ground there. I think the Irish fielders knew that. Just testing the umpire a little bit there, but it's another dot ball. That's a cracking over. 1 for 1 from that over. And that has completely put the brakes on. And the Coimbra Knights, this run chase, unfortunately, is spiralling. It was always going to be tough, always going to be a difficult one. And they're looking at 135 runs from 42. Run rate just under 20. 26 for 1 is the score. Safiqul Islam is on 11 from 7. I've just been brought another cup of coffee. It's going to keep things going. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Well, they can leave that one. That's my water. That's good. Threatened to take my water away. No, they don't. It's all good. So, 26 for 1 in 3. Power play done. Let's see what happens now. They're going to put the field out. And I'm not sure they needed to be perfectly honest. I think Coimbra Knights in a bit of trouble here. Just played off the toes. A couple of fielders merged with the bowler. But a quick single taken. Those quick singles very important. And it was indeed a leg by, as called there. My very good friend bringing me the cup of coffee there. I know you're probably thinking, Phil, a cup of coffee in this temperature? Yeah, it's needed. But I've got a very big jug of water next to me as well, so we're all good. I'm keeping my fluids up. So that bowler comes in again. And that's been cut, and it bounces just in front of point. He stops it, and does very well to get a throw in. Gurjeet Singh is the bowler coming in. I was distracted by my coffee. Sorry, I didn't get to call out who the bowler was. And obviously the field has dropped back a bit. So Sawa has dropped back to the long off position just in front of me. Cow corner's now protected with 2 fielders, one straight and one straighter and one wider. As Gurjeet Singh comes in again. Swing and a miss. Bit of extra pepper on that one, gets it up. Let's have a look at this one again. Yeah, it was wide and spins the batsman around. He put everything behind that, couldn't connect. Dot ball, 28 for 1, halfway through the 4th. And then that one doesn't bounce up high. There's the fun of the batting on this pitch right there. I like Nat's helping me out with the pronunciation of that word. Yes, good stuff. Thank you. So Kroom saying the Wimbledon rain has got here. It's hammering down. Wow. And that's miss hit. Just bobbles on the leg side. And the closest person to get to that was the bowler. But he can't stop the single. And Coimbra Knights move up with another run. But it's not going to be enough at this rate. Their run rate is now over 21. And the Coimbra Knights are really staring down the sinkhole here. It's looking a little bit of trouble. But to their credit, though, they've only lost 1 wicket. Had a few good, lovely hits in the first couple of overs. And that's been hit pretty hard as well. That's going to go over the infield, and that's going to run away for 4. And that is a lovely hit. Got the treatment there. Gurjeet Singh just put it in the right spot outside off. And Azim has got behind one. And that's going to make him feel good. Once you feel that lovely leather on the willow and you swing through it, and you get a boundary, it always brings a smile to your face as a batsman, doesn't it? Makes you feel good. Maybe there's another one coming. So, Coimbra Knights, 4 overs gone, 33 for 1 on the board. They still need plenty off not many. 128 needed off 36. It is a tough equation for them. Very tough equation. And obviously, just talking about the weather, gutted to hear that it's raining there at the cricket in ECSN England. I hope it holds off tomorrow for the finals. I really do. I've had a wonderful series there. Looking forward to the team getting back there again. It's a miss hit down the ground. It's going to be chase on, and that is 4. It's Maysam coming back for his second after just doing a great over before, 1 for 1. Fantastic over that was. Real pace, real pepper. And it's a lovely start to the over for Coimbra Knights. Good shot down the ground. Islam moves to 16 from 12 as opener. He's not doing too badly. He's holding up one end. Said in again. Gets up a bit and just bunted down on the offside. Fielder runs in but overruns it. So yeah, hoping. Can anyone in the chat tell me what the weather forecast looks like for Wimbledon tomorrow? What's the prognosis? What do we think is going to happen, or what are the boffins or the buffoons at the weather board think's going to happen there in Wimbledon? Hoping it's going to be nice and clear. Hope the sun breaks through. There was a bit of sun today, wasn't there? And then suddenly bang. Oh, swing and a miss. Lovely delivery. No chance of rain here. I mean, when Irish were batting, it was raining 6s. Actually, not so many, funny enough. I know if you all noticed that. I thought there was more 4s than 6s. And there was a few 6s when Imran Khan got going towards the back half of his innings. But overall, I thought there was more hits along the ground than there were in the air. Interesting. So, yeah, interested to see what the weather is forecast for the UK, specifically Wimbledon tomorrow. That's gone up in the air, but I think it's going to be caught. Fielder under it and takes it. Comes in from point. Just not really any distance on that and just only elevation. So Azim, his innings comes to an end. He's faced 9 deliveries. He's gone for 5. And Coimbra Knights lose their second. Yeah, nice catch. Pretty easy catch in the end, but still, you got to take them, don't you? Richard Birdie saying, well, it's sunny here, with a big smile on his face. Tim Harmer asking, Phil, are you Australian? Just a risky guess at your accent. Nothing risky about that, Tim. Nothing risky about that. Yes, I am indeed. I come from Melbourne. Melbourne is where I was hatched, and that's where I did all my growing up in my early cricket days, my early cricket career, and all that sort of good stuff. And then without going too much into my history, because that's boring, I left Melbourne in the year 2000 and went to stay with my grandfather in Southend in Essex. He was 97, and I lived with him for 2.5 years, and unfortunately passed away just shy of his 100th birthday. And that was that. Well, almost gets a tickle through to the keeper in this new over here. Well, sorry, it's not new over. Still Mo Sam almost gets a second there. Look at that. Just almost like Shanto, just trying to help the ball through there. Slips in place for that exact shot as well, by the way. And this is it's good skippering by Greenshields to bring a slip in. Why not? It's good practice for him as well. So this should be the last ball of the over. That's hit along the ground through the covers. Sawa runs around from a regulation mid-off position and cuts it off before it can go any further. It doesn't exit the infield, and that will be the end of Saeed's 2 overs, 2 for 7. He should get a pat on the back from his teammates for bowling very well with really good speed there. Well done. Awarish absolutely got the brakes on this game right now. 39 for 2, 5 overs gone, 122 needed from 30 deliveries. Run rate's up to 24, which is starting to get into the, well, it's not the impossible stage, but it's in the highly improbable stage, isn't it? So, looks like now it's Arnav Kamboj is going to come on to bowl. We haven't seen Arnav bowl yet. I think it's his first game for Awarish here in this tournament. So let's have a look and see if the Coimbra Knights can get after him. Starts off with a rank leg side wide. Batsman swings hard. Keeper ducks. And somewhere in the distance, there's a dog barking. Big gap there. You get it to the left or right of the that fine leg, who's pretty much regulation fine leg. You're in for a boundary there, no problem at all. He puts it there again, and it's another leg side wide to start with. So Kamboj just needs to get that radar in. Comes in again. And that is helped on its way, but directly to the fielder. Square on the boundary. Fires in the throw. Oh, Richard Birdie, you mean where I am, not where you are. Point taken. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm under blue sky and lovely warm temperatures, if you like that sort of stuff. And that's been lofted beautifully down the ground. That's a big 6. Big 6. Way back. So, Islam's not saying die. He's saying I'm keen. He's saying let's go. 48 for 2 the score's up to in the 6th. Coimbra Knights. Well, for a point, they need 65 from 28. And you'd have to say they need to be gunning for that. Absolutely. And he goes again. This time, the fielder almost managed to extend his hand and maybe drag that back in, conscious of where the rope was as well. Brings up the 50. So a bit of lusty hitting here now in these middle overs. Good to see. Coimbra Knights, chance of come on boys. And Kamboj now is going for a few. You can hear that coming through the effects mic. That's the dugout getting very feisty, very keen. Yelling encouragement, because that's the 50 up, 54 for 2. Halfway through the 6th. Oh, it's a beamer. It's a full toss. And that has been mishit, and it's going to land safely. A couple of bounces and just dribbles to a stop there. Imran Khan runs off the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's the straighter of the two at deep mid-wicket. And that was just a single, so 55 for 2 there. Yes, people in the chat talking about Southend there. Yes, the Essex Riviera. Yeah, I'd like to call it a lovely part of the world, but I won't. I'll just say that's where my grandfather lived. Bang! That's out of here. That's in the car park. You see Felix Zeb running out to the car park straight away. He didn't wait for it. Well, you know what? There's a car out there. Whoever owns that car out there in the car park, you are asking for trouble with a capital T. That car needs to be moved. I don't know if anyone anyone else can hear me outside of the chat, but if anyone knows who owns that car, they got to move it, because I'm thinking that's in the line of fire. So Cambodia, he's already gone for 22. He's got one more to come in this over. He's absolutely getting some stick here from these batsmen. Shanto now taking him out. And that is a full toss, and that is sent down the ground, and that is a big 6 as well. So Cambodia has gone for 28, and Irish have given the Canberra Knights a magical over there, and that's going to shatter the young bowler. I know it's his first game today. He might be a little bit distraught by that, because he's been absolutely taken to the cleaners. As many business shirts are often taken to the cleaners. And let's have a look at the batting card there. So Safiqul Islam is doing well. He's got 30 from 16. He's ably supported there by Tanvir Shanto, also batting well, 14 from 5. The other two batsmen getting 9 and 5 respectively. That's Rimon and Azim. Extras only up to 9. 67 for 2 after 6. So the Canberra Knights showing a little bit here. Good to see. And Awarish ringing the changes in the bowling. Jean-Claude Duval gets his chance to come on. Let's see if he can upset the apple cart. He comes in now. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. There's a bit of a disturbance, I think, from the side there. Just halting proceedings. Hands the ball back. I think they're just checking something in the background there. So, question, did I play cricket when I was in Southend? No, I did not. Funny enough, I actually played indoor cricket in London for a little while. I was commuting a few times, doing a part-time job in London, and mostly just hanging out in Southend with my grandfather, looking after him. And then when I eventually made the decision to stay properly living in London, I didn't play cricket for probably about 4 years. And then I got moved to Prague, which is where I am now. And when I was in Prague, I played for the Prague Barbarians, one of the local teams. Sort of found my love of cricket all over again after spending a lot of time in, pretty much, doing a job, as we all have to do. Because let's face it, professional cricket is a high elite thing to get into, and for people like us, we need to have a job. And I was in corporate finance. Lovely stuff, that. Sitting at a desk, Excel spreadsheets, you know the drill. Anyway, enough about me. Let's get back to the cricket. This is Jean-Claude Duval, who's starting the 7th. That's gone straight up in the air, and the keeper says thank you very much. And he strikes straight away. And after giving Islam a bit of a rev up, because he's got 30 from 16, he's now on his way after 17 deliveries for that 30 runs. But as opener for Canberra Knights, he's done a good job. He started them off quite well, and the hitting started coming hard and heavy there, and Cambodge was coming under fire. There you go. Stuart Williams there pointing out that the run rate had come down, but I think it's just going to be jacked straight back up again now. So Jean-Claude getting a few rev-ups from his fellow teammates here, saying well done, good job. Picks up a wicket on his first ball. Can't do much better than that, can you? 67 for 3 in the 7th, just out of the 7th. So for a point, 46 from 23. Easy math, that. It's been swiped very square. Square-leg umpire moves out the way to allow the fieldsman to pick that up. And that's 1 run. So Kadir Ahmad gets off the score straight away. Turns it over to Shanto, who was striking the ball very nicely. Tanvir. Let's see if he can continue that against this bowling. He punches it down. It goes very quickly. Whoa, wow, that ball went really, really quickly to third man, and fires a throw-in quick. Now, was Kadir a little bit slow out of the blocks, and he just took his time to get up there? We're about to find out. I think he was fine then in the end, was he? One more look at this side on. Just to be sure. Ball comes in. Into the gloves. That's it. And Stump's hit. And I think he's... Oh, first impression was he was a bit shy. I think he was a bit shy of the line. I struggle to look at two things at once. Here we go. Slow it down, and everything's hit there. Oh, what's your call, chat? What's your call? You're seeing it like I am. It's not out. Not out. But so close. Bit of luck there, huh, mate? You need to move a bit faster than that, mate. There's a lesson for you. Get out of the blocks and get going quick. Head down, run hard. 69 for 3. 6.4 overs gone. 2 to come in this over. Successful over from Jean-Claude Duval. And that has gotten up a little bit too high, and that's going to be a no ball signalled. And the umpire lets the batsman know, you have a free hit coming. So what can Kadir do here? It's going to be a free miss, unfortunately. There you go. Marvin Bennett, you're in finance yourself. Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about then. Absolutely. And welcome, of course, to the chat as well. So just going back to Tim Harmer as well. Yeah, so yes, you. It wasn't a risky guess. You nailed it in one. My accent has clearly disappeared. But I could do this in a real Aussie accent if you like. If the chat give me enough push, I can do this in a proper Australian accent and see if you guys can contain yourselves when I suddenly become, well, a real Aussie. So, 70 for 3 after 7. You know, as I said, that just literally through gritted teeth, so I don't like talking like that. Coimbra Knights need 43 from 18 for a point. The run rate to get that is 14.33. So 3 overs to get 43 runs, and they pick up a point. And, you know, that point could be very important indeed when you've got a bit of a logjam happening at the top of the table. You need to sort it out. You know, just a 1 point here and there can do it. Could be the smallest thing. Sawa is going to come on now for the 8th over, get his chance to roll the arm over. The big opener, the left-hand armour. It's been swatted towards deep mid-wicket. It goes out pretty quick, but fielded nicely out there. And a good throw. Very good throw indeed from the boundary line straight to the stumps. I think it's Cambodge out there, so that's good for him. He hasn't lost his heart. He was got around there really quick and good throw back in. Sawa in. Now, it's gone inside out, but it's not gone far enough, and that is taken in the covers. And that is Green Shields who takes the catch. Says thank you very much. And that will be the end of Kadir Ahmad, who tried to get things going, but unfortunately, that shot, it may have got some elevation, but didn't have any distance. And easy catch for a running back, Green Shields. He did have to contend with the sun, though, but he's got the sunnies on, hence he was fine. 71 for 4, that's the 4th wicket down in the 8th. So Sawa gets himself a scalp. So new batsman strides to the crease now. Taps bats with his opposite number. That's Shanto, he did that with it. So this looks like it's Rehan Khan. So if Khan hits a 6 here, and you all need to join in with the obvious catchphrase we have to say when Khan does something good or something bad. Actually, you could flip that, couldn't you? Good or bad? We have to do that. So I expect the chat to join me on this. All right, here we go. Sawa to the left-hander. Oh, is that a shout for stumping? I think he's okay. Umpire didn't look to do any replays. He's just going to come back and reset those stumps. I think the batsman just got a little carried away there. Yes, we want to see Phil's final form. What on earth are you people talking about? Dave's in the chat. Hello, Dave. Good to have you back. I know you've been busy down there at Rains Park watching the cricket. I've seen much footage of you, both on YouTube, in our little Facebook group, and on the European Cricket Network. And that's a good loft in the ground, but it's not going to go enough. And it is juggled. 1, 2, 3, 4 bites. Oh no, Jean-Claude Duval, just a little bit easier there. And Conrad came in, and he almost took the catch from Jean-Claude as well. Almost took it from him. So close, good effort. They went to ground. Let's have a look at that again. The two combining in a drop catch. See, this is the bit where I know for a fact that Greenshields will say, well, I didn't drop that. Batsman waits on it and just clubs it down the ground. Bowler's going to run in and field it himself. I hope Jean-Claude hasn't done himself an injury. I think he's just picking the grass out of his forearm over there, just off to my left. That is quite funny. 74 for 4. Last ball of the 8th coming along. Good over this from Sawa. Good pressure here. That point, that single point, is looking a little bit hard to get now. And they just can't connect. Even Shanto's having trouble connecting now for these slow deliveries, and that dot ball says that's the end of the 8th. 74 for 4 after 8. And Sawa finishes with 1 for 4 of this over. Very good bowling indeed. Successful over that. The Coimbra Knights need 39 off 2 overs to score a point. I think that point would have been really bright, really, really important for them. They can still do it, of course they can. It's just going to look very, very tough. You can see that run rate now just ticking in the wrong direction, sadly. Couldn't even flatline, but never mind. They have lost wickets. There's been low pressure. And you look at that run rate for Awarish, the way it just kept going up and up and up. A slight little dip and a bubble there with a couple of wickets. Probably bubbled there around about sort of over number 7 when Imran Khan went out. But look, they ended up with 100, massive score, 161, wasn't it? 160. So well done them. I like Naps. He got in a bit early there. He's got to do something for us to call him out. But when he does, he's on strike now. If this goes for 6, we have to say something. Well, that's massive. That's gone up in the air, but he's going to be caught, I think. And keeper says, I got this. And he's put it down, has he? Well, keeper got settled. And poor old Jean-Claude Duval. He took a wicket with his first ball. And since then, he's dropped a catch. And now the keeper's dropped a catch. And even worse, Rehan Khan gets off strike. Well, I was all ready to scream it out with if that catch had been taken. But anyway, like I said, if he does something good or does something bad, you all got to get behind me, please. He could have been epic. Good to see everyone in the chat having a good evening there. That's been hit down the ground. It's gone very straight. And this time it's been caught. Sawa, very safe pair of hands. He catches it. He runs away and gets a bit of a high five from his captain. And that is the end of Tanveer Shanto, who put up a little bit of defence and a little bit of aggression as well, but he couldn't go on with it here in these final overs. And Coimbra Knights lose their 5th. 75 for 5 now. And, well, Jean-Claude Duval gets another wicket. He'll be happy with that. That'll make him feel better for the wicketkeeper dropping a catch and himself dropping a catch here in conjunction. Well, I wouldn't say he dropped the catch with Greenshields. He dropped the catch and Conrad almost was able there to back him up to catch it. Swing and a miss. New batsman, Imran Hassan, just puts everything into that, try to put it into outer space. He's waiting for me to call one of these hits Interstellar. He's heard me. He knows what it's all about. He wants to be tagged as Interstellar. It's on the pads. Try to get around the corner. Keeper does too much fielding there to stop that single from happening. Underarms it back to his bowler. So, 75 for 5 still. Duval looking for maybe another wicket here before his spell comes to an end. He's got 2 balls left. That's been clipped very nicely off the toes. It's going into the gap, and it has beaten. That's Cambodge out there, the young kid, and he has not been able to get to that. He's almost got to it, though. Almost got to it. Dave, yeah, great to see you in the chat again, Dave. Really wonderful to have you with us again. One of the mainstays of the ECN chat here on YouTube with all the rest of the Blue Spanner crew, who I can see a lot of you on there. All familiar names to me. And hopefully one day we can all get together and have a laugh about it, have a chat about it. 79 for 5, 9 overs gone, 1 more to come. The target of 161 is definitely gone. And the bonus point, well, it's 34 needed, so you could say, well, mathematically you can get there, but let's be serious about this. So poor old Arnav Cambodge, he's gone for 20 out of his over. Everyone else has delivered pretty good bowling figures. Taj Muhammad got a little bit of stick as well. That pace bowling, got a few streaky edges, went behind the keeper and went wide of the keeper. So he missed out. But some of the economy rates there. Saeed Maysam, 2 for 7. Jean-Claude Duval, 2 for 8. Some very good bowling there. Now, just looking and seeing what are they double checking here. I think there's a bit of discussion because I thought Duval finished his over. I think we're just having a little check to make sure. Looks like we've just gone back one. Just going to make sure it's all nice and tight. Just bear with for a second. Possibly something was missed in that previous over. So once again, thank you to the chat for all the conversations we've had today. I didn't want to talk too much about me. No one wants to hear about me. You want to hear about the cricket. You want to know how the Coimbra Knights are going to possibly overhaul this total from Awaris. You want to hear about how it's going down here in Portugal. And you want to hear what's coming from ECSN on the European Cricket Network. Well, thanks for hanging out, guys. And thanks for taking interest. And it was good that Tim realised that, yes, that accent is definitely an Aussie. It is Aussie accent. It's just because I've been living away for so long. It's definitely softened. I get asked if I'm possibly a New Zealander. That can sometimes start a fight. No, I love the Kiwis, just kidding. And I get asked a whole lot of other questions from many people about possibilities where I come from. It's funny they don't always pick Australian in the end. But there you go. There you go. So just a reminder of things coming up. I know there's no graphic up there, but I can tell you now there's a lot of cricket coming up. Obviously, it's finals day tomorrow in the England ECS, which let's hope the weather holds out above everything else. 4 finals there tomorrow. It's been a fantastic series too, by the way. The Cyprus ECS kicks off on Saturday with also ECI men and women's action towards the end of that. And then, of course, the one that I know everything about is the Czech ECS, where we're going to have the Women's Central Europe Cup starting on Friday the 14th of June, and that runs Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then we have, what do we have? Then we've got ECS. Okay, just watching what's going on here now. Just bear with us for a second. I'll just stop mid-sentence. Trying to understand what's happened here. The over's now ticked up to 9 overs, 79 for 5. It is indeed the end of the over. And I think there was just the clarity of the scores. It just took a few minutes. Apologies for the delay there in the play. But we're all good now, and that's the important thing. We're going to get to this last over. And I would say Awaris are going to win this quite well and quite cleanly. Let's see what happens. Oh, Marvin Bennett saying he wants to hear Aussie Phil. Okay. I'm not sure if I'll get in trouble for this. I may not get invited back if I start to do this. And I don't want to sound like I'm, having a go at anyone when I do this either. But anyway, that's a lovely pull shot. That's been hit out towards the square boundary. 4 runs, good start. And that is Ikram, who has come on and got a little bit of treatment. And it is Rayhan Khan. Rayhan Khan has hit a boundary. Let's see how we go here. Second ball of the last over. Hit him on the pads. Umpire's not interested outside the line. Not interested, Khan, to go for a run. His batting partner, Imran Hassan, was about a third of the way down. And Rayhan Khan was just watching the ball. He wasn't interested in watching his partner or listening to the call. Not sure about that. Coimbra Knights, 83 for 5. 4 balls to come in this, the final over. And that all seemed to happen in real slow motion there. It was a slower delivery, and the batsman sort of went through with his shot as though it was a bit rushed, and ended up looking really weird. Really strange slow motion. It's a good delivery. Ikram, I think he had a bit of a grin on his face with that one as well. So, Imran Hassan, he's been there for 3 balls. He's on 4. What can he do here? Oh, it's a bit of a grubber, and it's wide. Phil starting a fight, no Kiwi accent there. Thank you, Rob. Me saying that, I'm just talking about the relationship between Kiwis and Australians. As that's clipped very nicely, square for 4. A little bit of fight here at the end, a couple of boundaries off this over here. So, Rob, you understand I mean that particularly as more of my sort of loving nod to our cousins across the pond there, that we like to give each other a bit of a niggle every now and then. If we want to start a fight, let's talk about where Pavlova originated. Let's see if I can start something there with that comment, because we all know it was from Melbourne. So, Ikram, he's got 2 balls to go in this, the final over. Coimbra Knights need a lot of runs off too many deliveries. Winds up, gives it a swing. It's one bounce to the fielder at third man. Fires in a return to the bowler's end. And it overshoots. But Imran Khan is there to back up to make sure there's no overthrows. And so here we go. It's going to be Rayhan Khan's going to face the final delivery. The left-hander. Field spreading a bit. They're expecting something big from him. Let's see. Let's have a look. What can he do here? Can he take Ikram downtown? He can! Khan! Big hit for 6. Oh, he finishes with a flurry. Well done, you. Well done, you. Well done, Coimbra Knights. Never say die. You lost 5 wickets in that run chase, but that was always going to be a tough run chase. The final total is 96 for 5, and the winning margin is 64 runs. Rayhan Khan giving us a little bit of entertainment there towards the end. With a very, very big hit for 6. And isn't it wonderful that he entertained me by giving me that opportunity to shout that out in the last ball of this match? And that is match 33, done and dusted. We all got there, didn't we? That's fantastic stuff. Anyway, there we go. So while Dave's wringing out his socks and soggy shoes there in the rain there, and the rest of you are enjoying the cricket here, and looking on the screen at a very balmy, warm, sunny Portugal sky here in Miranda do Covo, and you're all thinking, well, why can't we be down there? Why don't we just have a brief chat and recap about what happened then? Because Irish came out and they made a bunch of runs. They made 160 runs off their 10 overs, and that was Imran Khan leading the way with 67, Conrad Greenshields with 38, and Sawa chipped in with a 20 as well. No one else needed to come in and do some more runs because that was going to be enough. And the Coimbra Knights were set 160, always a daunting target, proper daunting target, that one. And, they came in, they tried, they made a fist of it, they got things going. But unfortunately, they started losing wickets quite regularly, and it made things very difficult for them indeed. And Irish never looked like they were bothered. I feel for Arnav Kamboj, who went for 20-odd in his over. Unfortunately for him, that might have shook him a little bit. Hopefully he was a bit more heartened by that. He did have a really good chase and stopped the boundary and got a good return in the next over. So I hope that means he's put that behind him, and hopefully he'll get a game in the next one. And we can see him again, and maybe he can pick up a wicket or two for his skipper and for his team. So there's the batting card. As I said, the Coimbra Knights didn't start too badly. They started pretty good, and then we lost Rimon. He was bowled, and I think maybe the third over. Sofikul Islam, he got 30. He was batting pretty well. Just started to get going with Shanto before their partnership was broken, and then it was a bit of a struggle before Rayhan Khan came in at the end. Gave us a bit of entertainment. You can see there that the bowlers, well, the skipper of Irish decided to spread the love around with the bowling. You see there that he's used up 8 bowlers there, and I think that's a pretty nice thing to do. Jean-Claude Duval 2 for 8, Asim Sawa 1 for 4, and I can see 2 for 7 for Saeed there as well, and then none for 6. There's some very good economies there, very good indeed. The bowling just too good, the batting just too good as well, and the Irish have pretty much dominated this, and the Coimbra Knights go down by 64 runs here in this match 33 here in Portugal in the European Cricket Series at night, which is going along really nice. So we are starting to come down to the pointy end, though. A few people in the chat were asking about the Super 5. We'll recap all that in during the next match. But for now, as I can see Rob Thompson saying, it's breakfast time here, and that of course means it must be dinner time here. So why don't we take a bit of a short break? We're going to be back at 45, so that's at 31 minutes away. But you can see there, just very quickly, the match summary. I'll just quickly go through it one more time. 160 for 3. 96 for 5 was the response, and unfortunately, Irish all over the Coimbra Knights, and we'll see if that can happen again in match 34, which is coming your way in 30 minutes' time, or whether the Coimbra Knights can dig deep and find something. You never know. This is T10 action, and we love it, and I really love having your company. Everyone in the chat, whether you got a blue spanner or not, really appreciate you guys rocking up today and chatting with me, and keeping me interested and involved. I've been here by myself for the last, how many nights now? This is night 17. I'm losing track of the days, actually. Honestly, I've got a notepad here. I have to write the day at the top of the notepad, and otherwise I wouldn't know the today's Thursday. So there you go. So, but my stint here is almost done, and for now my stint here is done because it's time to go off and have a fresh cold drink or something, and maybe a bite to eat. But I'll be back here in about 24 minutes, and I will introduce you to match 34, and I hope to see you soon. Don't go too far. This is Phil Gowers for the European Cricket Network. Just putting a pin in that, and I'll see you back here shortly. This is European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And a warm good evening to everybody watching the European Cricket Network on YouTube and around the world. This is match 34, and this is the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. Phil Gowers here in the central commentary position again for you for this second game here tonight between Oeiras and the Coimbra Knights. And why don't we get over straight away and see about the toss. There it is. They've won the toss and elected to bat. So what that means is that they're going to be popping out any minute now. See what they can do. And they finished... oh, there it is.
And the call. And it is... What would you like to do?
I would like to bat.
Coimbra Knights won the toss and they'll have a bat first.
Well, that was interesting. The news came up before we saw the footage, but there you go. That's what happens with live sports. So, anyway, there's Phil G here for your entertainment value to get you through this match 34, Oeiras versus Coimbra Knights. Oeiras comes up for a big win. And, well, there's the teams from the HCL match 4. That's the T20I Women's. And that happened earlier today. There we go. There's something we're looking for. Oeiras, 89% chance of taking this game. This match 34 away from the Coimbra Knights, only 11% chance of winning that. And we're ready to start in a couple of minutes' time. So everything going Oeiras' way. They had a big win in the previous game. Big win. And the Coimbra Knights need to find something here. Need to find a little bit of heart. Get out there and make some runs and set a decent target here in this match 34. And of course, they won the toss and wanted to bat first. So it's all up to them. Let's have a look at the England ECS. Twickenham against Spencer in the Eliminator. The qualifier is Wimbledon to take on NCCA, and then the qualifier and the final to follow afterwards, all dependent on what happens in those other matches. Big day tomorrow. Let's hope the rain holds away. I know you guys had a bit of a downpour there. The chat letting me know that it did get quite damp there. A 20-minute tropical downpour, I think, was what I was told by Dave in the chat. Upcoming events. Well, Portugal, as you know, you're here, so you know that's happening. England ECS, we just talked about that. Cyprus kicking off on the weekend. A lot of action there in Cyprus for a couple of weeks. Czechia, well, that's starting mid next month. My hometown, that's going to be 16 days of great cricket, starting with the Women's CE Cup, Central Europe Cup. Then we hit the ECS and ECI at the end of the month. Then we move over to Romania for the ECS and ECI, and finishing July in Hungary with ECS and ECI action there. And then there's plenty more coming for you in August. And we'll talk about August maybe a little bit later on. Maybe tomorrow night we'll talk about that. But that's the cricket action until the end of July. A lot coming on this summer. It's going to be a packed summer of cricket. Can't wait to bring it your way. And maybe, who knows, you might even hear me again after this series is done. We'll see. Fingers crossed. If I need you guys to lend a bit of support, maybe write a few letters, I might just drop that into the chat maybe tomorrow night. I'm here until Sunday, just so you know, and it's been a pleasure being here for you guys all to call this European Cricket Series night here in Portugal. All the action here at the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Covo. And I'll be joined by Mr. Maximo himself on Saturday, who's going to be arriving from the UK. Might see him for a couple of games on the Saturday, maybe the later games. Remember, we've got 4 games on Saturday. Got a fair bit of cricket on that day. 2 games tomorrow night, 4 games on Saturday, and that will finish Group B. And then we can start talking about the Super 5. But let's talk about this one. This is match 34. We're moments away from starting. And for Oeiras, it's going to be... looks like it's Mahmoud who's going to start off the bowling. See, he's been getting the job to start the bowling in the last few games. I think he's done a pretty good job, I have to say. Very good job indeed. And the openers for the Coimbra Knights are out there, and it is Rimon and Islam, the same openers that they had in the last game. They put on Well, they put on 20 odd for their for the first wicket, and they were striking the ball quite nicely. So let's see if they can get a good start. Coimbra Knights did a big start here, won the toss, elected to bat, and let's kick start match 34 right now. Just played nicely out to short third man. The third man's up inside the circle. The deep fielder is looks like it's Sawa, who's fielding down here alongside me at long off, which is his pretty regular position to field, and Point is dropping back to the boundary, puts the sunglasses on. He'll be staring directly into the sun throughout his fielding in this innings. That's an awkward position to field. You can see the backward Point fielder already putting his hand up in the air to shield the sun. Well, no one needs to shield the sun from that one, apart from watch where it goes, and that has gone out to the car park, and our good man Felix Zeb. You can see him there in the high-vis jacket. I've said it before, I'll say it again. He wears the high-vis jacket not because it's protocol, well actually it is, but also so we can find him when he gets lost in the bushes. Because he has had to do a lot of work out there. That's Felix Zeb from Miranda Dragons, who are featured in Group A. Unfortunately, they will not feature any further in this tournament. They didn't get enough points on the board, but he did a pretty good job, had a pretty good tournament himself, and he's a very positive fellow as well, a good man to talk to. So, 6 off the second delivery, big hit. That's Islam, freeing the shoulders and going bang, sending Mahmood over the square boundary. Just cramps the batsman there, very nice. Runs it down to third man, who has to get around. Keeper loses sight of that. Throw comes in right at his feet. They're always awkward to take those ones. And they get a single. So, nice little start here from the Coimbra Knights. Early, only 3 balls in. But a nice start. And that is possible for... No, it's not a stumping. You saw the umpire shake his head. The umpire was unsighted there by the fieldsman there. I couldn't quite see the umpire shake his head. But yeah, not out. Going inside out. The man at Deep Point's got a lot of work to do. He's not going to catch that. And that has gone over extra cover for a 4. Good shot. Good cheer and enthusiasm from the dugout for the Coimbra Knights as well. Always good to see. Fantastic stuff. So, Mahmood is he's going for a few here. Still got 1 ball left. Now, that was a better attempt at a stumping. Let's have a little look. Umpire wants to look at the replay again. Ball gets handed back. From this angle, could be a bit tough to see. Oh, I'm not sure the foot was down. Interesting. Okay. Side on. Here we go. Was the foot down? You know what? I don't think it was down. What do you say, chat? What do you say? I'm thinking the foot wasn't down in time. But I don't want to prejudice anything. What do we think? Going for another replay. Okay, one more time. I think we're just trying to look to see, because it's almost the same, but my feeling was it was 1 frame difference between the keeper hitting the stumps and the foot hitting the ground. I might be wrong. Bang, and then foot down. I would say that's gone. What do you say, chat? We've had a few replays, and there's the decision. He is indeed stumped. Don't often get a stumping, do we? And there we go. So, Mahmood on, he gets a wicket. The last ball of the over is indeed a wicket. Muted applause from the Irish team, but I think they'd already done their applause. I think they felt that the keeper had got their man. So very good work by Girish Singh behind the stumps there to pick up the stumping off Mahmood, and that's the first over gone, and we've lost the first wicket for the Coimbra Knights. 12 for 1 after 1. Well done. Well done indeed. Question for the mods. What's the highest score of this ECS series in Portugal? This night series we're talking about? Ooh, what do you think? I think I saw something in the 180s. I'll try to scan back and have a look for that during some of these deliveries. Taj Muhammad comes on. Proper express delivery and a proper express smash into the dugout, into his teammates. And that's gone for a big 6. Islam just saying bang. There we go. That's massive. Ball boy's running behind the stand. He doesn't actually know it's come back. And now he knows it's come back. That's all right then. Make sure he doesn't disappear. Steve McVeigh joining us in the chat. Good evening, Steve. Hope you're well. Taj Muhammad, fast bowler, proper express here. And there is the proof. Taj Muhammad punches the sky. Very happy with that after being dispatched for 6. He comes back with a beauty, absolute beauty. Look at this one. Side on. Where are the bails going to go? Out of shot. Short answer, out of shot. And good camera work there by the crew. So, 2 wickets suddenly. Coimbra Knights were doing well until a couple of balls ago. Now it's 2 wickets, 18 for 2. Only 2 deliveries into this, the second over. And, well, that's it's a bit of trouble. A little bit of trouble indeed. They need to set a decent target here, give their bowlers something to work with. Could be tough. The percentages at the top of the graphics there are suggesting that it's already tough. Not giving the Coimbra Knights too much really here. 7% chance. Expected score is currently 90. That's just purely based on the current run rate, but they've got to manage that. Because the 2 opening batsmen are back in the shed. We've got 2 new batsmen now. Looks like we've got Azhar Azim, and we've got Khan. Of course, we've got Rahan Khan. I can also tell you that the teams were unchanged from the previous match. Unchanged. No new inclusions, no exclusions. That was a shout for LB, but always going down leg and a leg by taken. And that was Khan, who didn't get off the mark, but he factored in that leg by. Brings Azim on to face his first delivery. Facing Taj Muhammad, who's definitely got the wind up his back after that wonderful wicket, that express bowling that just destroyed the off stump. And the bails, they went absolutely flying. In again. Whoa, proper pace. And the batsman try and help the umpire by suggesting that was overhead height. And once again, I'll stress to the batsman, you don't need to do that. I think the umpire knows his role here. Not a problem. 19 for 2 with that no ball. Sorry, it was a wide, not a no ball. 19 for 2. So what am I talking about? It wasn't a wide. It wasn't that high. It just went very high, and the keeper did well to take it. Slip in place now as well. And that's streaky, but if you're going to swing at those shots, it's going to happen like that, and that goes for 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Azim collects the edge. It was wide outside off, and I guess if you're facing a pace bowler and it's outside off, if you swing through it and you connect, yeah, it's going to go. Stuart Williams asking if I'm here for the weekend. I am here for the weekend. Yes, I'm out of here after Sunday, and I'll make sure I wish you all a lovely finish of the tournament, and I'll give you guys a wave goodbye. But then when I'm back home in Prague, I'm sure I'll be back on the chat for Monday night. That'll be for the second night for the Super 5. So the first night of the Super 5 is going to be Sunday the 2nd. Sunday the 2nd of June. That's the first night. Games 1 and 2 of Super 5 would be myself and Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maxim will be here with me, alongside me, sweating it out here in the sauna tent, and we'll be giving you all the action of whichever teams are going to be in the Super 5. We won't know yet. And that's a rank beamer. That's a very dangerous delivery. And he's been shown the no ball there. Coming from a bowler like Taj Muhammad, you definitely want to get out of the way of that one. For sure. So thank you, Christopher Ward. Yeah, Lisbon Super Giants, 187 for 1. And that, I think, was against the Miranda Dragons. Does that sound about right? Thanks, Christopher. We really appreciate that. That should be the last ball of the over. 23 for 2. Last ball of the over coming up. Puts a bit of extra beans on that one. And that will indeed be the end of the over. So did I say 23 for 2? 28 for 2. I was looking out of the corner of my eyes. I was watching the bowler run in there. Apologies. That 28 for 2. 2 overs gone. Azim on 4. And his batting partner yet to get off the mark. So, tough going here for the Coimbra Knights. Let's have a look at the standings. So, because they've taken that hit on the net run rate, the Coimbra Knights now drop down to 4th. They were in 3rd, and the Wanderers step above them with a superior run rate. Still on 9 points together. Irish with the 4 points, so they picked up 3 plus the bonus point in the previous game. They now head the pack, and, well, they're looking pretty good. They're sitting on top with 5 matches done and 5 wins. Coimbra Knights have got 2 wins and 3 losses, so they've got a bit of work to do to get back above Porto Wanderers to be even considered to be a finalist in the Super 5. A lot of work to do. So, new bowler coming in. This is Maysam? Syed Maysam. A bit of a false start. Maybe you heard me calling his name out. You thought, who's that? Who's that? 28 for 2. 2 overs gone. And it's Khan who's currently on 0. Only faced 1 delivery. Let's see if he can get off the mark and get things going for the Coimbra Knights. He can. It's come down the ground, but it bounces once. And a really rash shot. It's gone through one. Well, it's gone through one back up there. That was Sawa there with a rush of blood. But importantly for Khan, he gets off the mark. Gets off the mark with 2. Sawa felt might as well have a shot at that. There were 2 people backing up. Went through the first. The second one was all over it. 30 for 2. Same in again. Oh, goes for a swing across the line. Got to say, low percentage shot, and it spins him around too, as all his momentum makes him do a pirouette, and ends up staring back down the crease at the bowler. Wish. Oh no, he doesn't. He keeps staring at the at the keeper. Prove me wrong there. I think he just turned around really quickly at the bowler afterwards. So, tough going here in the office for Coimbra Knights. Very tough going. That's better, although he doesn't get enough of that though. But the stroke looked a lot better. Just the timing was off. That hitting through the ball as opposed to hitting across it like you see so many of these batsmen do. John Gray, good spot, John. Not far from hitting the helmet that's behind the keeper of that last beamer. Yep, you're absolutely right. That would have been really unnecessary penalty runs there. 31 for 2, halfway through the third. Side coming in again. That's been squirted out on the leg side. It's going to run away for 4. So Azim gets himself a boundary. Hand comes off the bat as it flies away. And he goes up to 8, 35 for 2 now. The leg side isn't nowhere near as packed as the offside. The offside's quite heavily packed. Leg side, you've got a fine leg at a 45. You've got a regulation. Well, actually, mid-wicket, he's actually staying back on the line. Bowler's not taken that return throw very well. It's definitely just clipped him on the fingers. He's looking quite uncomfortable. Leg side, yeah, it's we've got a mid-on. Mid-wicket who he's most of the way to the boundary. I can't tell if he's actually inside. Yeah, I think he's just inside the circle. So leg side, a lot of gaps there, especially square. And that's hit the timber. And Azim cannot believe he looks skyward and says, what was I thinking? He's missed that one. It's a good Yorker. And it's cleaned him up. So, have a look at this one again, side on. The death rattle. Didn't destroy the stumps like Taj Muhammad's bowled was last over, but it did enough to flick it and the bails go flying off. Obviously that's a wicket, the third wicket down. So poor old Rayan Khan, he's going to need a new batting partner. And they need to get together and get on with this. Have a bit of a chat maybe, have a talk about what the battle plan is, because when you're 3 wickets down, you start to tantalise and get close to that middle order. And you can suddenly expose some of the less experienced batsmen to some pace bowling, some good quality bowling as well. Tanvir Shanto is the new batsman, and he wasn't too much of a slouch. He picked up a few runs. I think he got around about 18 in the previous match. So if he can carry on some form here and get a partnership going with Khan, and scores around 80 and 90 are not out of possibility. Absolutely not. Should be on. I think he's hit that first. I think that's probably what saved him. I think the umpire agrees with that, and that will be the end of the third over. So, 3 gone, power play done and dusted, 35 for 3. Have a look how straight was this. It was pretty full. Ooh, no, I think it hit him outside the line. On the back foot, wasn't it? So, anyway, Syed gets 1 for 7 off his over. And the power play's done, 35 on the board. So the run rate is just under 11. Sorry, just under 12. So a bit of work to do here. Welcome Tim Harmer back to the chat as well as all the Blue Spanner crew. Stuart Williams in there as well. And John Gray, Kroom, Rob Thompson. Good to see you all back. And I know Jules was there as well, and Stephen McVeigh popped in. So a lot of work to do here. And of course, Taj Mahal comes back for another over. Mr. Express. Confident appeal, but I'm not sure that it really hit him in line. Oh, well, hang on. The shy for the stumps looked pretty good. What do we think? What do we think? Taj is looking at the umpire and saying, what about that LBW shout? Didn't you like that one? And the umpire is saying, well, he's saying nothing. Gets back in his crease, does he? Oh, that is another photo finish. Another proper photo finish. One more time. Ball comes in. Now hits the stumps. Oh, do you think he's just made his ground? We certainly do. He's just made his ground. So Shanto did the right thing and said no. And Khan got back. Whoa, look at that for a bouncer. That is an absolute snorter. Absolute snorter. That's a crowd pleaser, that one. That gets people out of their seats. What a delivery. So, yeah, Taj Muhammad, he's, I told you, he's proper express. You can see by the, you can see how fast his balls are going. He is proper express, and during the break he was saying he's looking to try to find a club maybe in England that, or even in Ireland that might be interested in having him over there for a season. Just swatted quite hard by the batsman. Bit of a beamer coming in there, bit of a high delivery, and just hit back down again. Wasn't sure if they're maybe checking the height on this one, just to be sure. What do you think? Oh yeah, that's coming quite high. I think it's fair enough. I think we're going to see a signal here. Not preempting anything. What do you think, chat? What do you think of that? That is indeed a no ball called. Indeed. And fair enough too. That ball was, I think, around about chest height. So Muhammad gets to bowl that one again, and the batsman gets a free hit. So let's see if Khan can lean into this one. His favourite 6-hitting spot is down the ground or mid-wicket. Let's see what happens. Hits him on the pad. They're going to get through for a leg bye. There'll be a shot at the stumps. Of course they will. Backed up well, though. Yeah, well done by Imran Khan to back that up. Make sure it doesn't get anywhere else than just the one leg bye, so you'd probably call that a free miss. And unfortunately, Imran Khan, he misses the opportunity to elevate the score. 37 for 3 halfway through the fourth. A lot of work here for the Coimbra Knights to get up to a score which is defendable and something their bowlers can work with. Let's see how they go. Bowler in. Bit of a grunt as he gets that one down leg side. Losing his radar a bit there. Needs to be a bit careful there. He's just leaking a few too many extras here. And he's gone for 13 from his 1.5 overs, which is not too bad, but it's that proper pace that's really outstanding. He's not an overly big guy. He's probably about maybe 5'10", but the pace he generates there is quite amazing as he comes in. Comes in really fast too. Look at that run up. When it comes off though, it goes fast, and it has bamboozled the fielder who thought he was all over it there at backward point. Unfortunately, it's got through him. I think that's Arnav Kamboj, who's having a bit of a tough day in the field. But he's a young one, that Arnav, and they'll be better for it. He'll learn. But unfortunately, I think that's probably just hit and just gone off somewhere else now. And Dave is back home now, home in inverted commas. That would be his place of stay while he's watching the England ECS, I guess. That's another leg side wide. Yeah, a few too many wides here from Taj Muhammad. Needs to sort of get that radar readjusted. Maybe switch it off and back on again and see if it comes good. And weather forecast and no more rain. Did we get to the weather forecast for London tomorrow? Sorry, I know I asked that question at the end of the innings, and maybe I went off air when there were some responses. Apologies for that if I missed it. I'm hoping that there's not rain forecast for tomorrow. That's a lovely shot. but it's gone straight to that third man. It's good placement there. They know that the edge is going to come flying off from off the bat on the offside from Taj's bowling, so that field is quite well packed. And now they all switch over. No. I'm watching all the fielders running to the other side thinking that, it's all switched over. It hasn't. Where were they going? I think they thought it was the end of the over. That must be it. It's one more to come. I probably should have said that. They might have heard me. They all have to run back to their positions. A bit too keen there. I think one person went and everybody followed. So they're all back in their positions now. Last ball of the over. That's hit down the ground. Bit of work there for Asawa to come off the boundary line and field that. Just the one run. And that will finish the fourth over. And that's going to be 44 for 3 in 4. Khan and Shanto cautious. But looking to tick that scoreboard over. And as long as they're getting ones and twos rather than dots, then that's them doing their job. Just need to pepper a few boundaries in there somewhere as well. So we have a look at the run rate. And it's at 11. It was a good start to start with, wasn't it? And then obviously the wickets tumbling start to make it flatten out a bit. And now it's, it got up as high as, I'd say it's about sort of 13, maybe 13 and a half. Or possibly actually 14 after 2 overs. So, yeah, it's dropping, but it's not plummeting. So as long as the Canberra Knights can keep that scoreboard ticking, that's healthy. That's what they want. Side. Maysam comes back. And a swing and a miss well outside the line, outside the off stump. And Shanto not really using much of the feet there to get to that one. So try again. Shanto on 5, Khan on 3, but he's chewed up too many dot balls for me. I think just way too many. Yeah, now Ratton Khan's an interesting character. He was standing there a few metres out of his crease just staring back at the umpire about that delivery. I'm not sure what that's about. He seems to be very keen to be helping the umpires with their decision making. Don't think it's really necessary. He should be concentrated about less dot balls and more singles and more fours. My Sam in again. That's gone straight up in the air. There's going to be a bit of backpedaling here. I'm not sure he's going to get to that. And just never got into the proper position there, Arnav. Looked around himself, just to make sure he was the one catching it. It was in the air for a long time. He's also got the sun to contend with as well. And I think it's just clipped the fingers as it came down. They're hard to judge. They really are hard to judge. And it's come down and it's been grasped. But that sun is properly powerful when you get that one in your eyes, especially at the last minute when the ball is about sort of 10 metres away from your hands and it's plummeting towards you. You're looking straight into the sun. Tough work. And he goes inside out here. And Shanto has gone big. He's gone big with a 6 over that cover boundary. Shot. The 50's up. Canberra Knights get 52 for 3. That's 2 more balls to go to the end of the over. So, a bit of heart there, Canberra Knights. You're at 50's up. You've still got 7 wickets in hand. And these 2 batsmen are starting to get a bit free now. Tanvi Shanto doing well. Ooh, stretch for that one. Steve McVeigh says, lovely weather here at Miranda. Been sweltering today. Steve, are you actually here at the ground? If so, you need to make your way. Well, when I come out of the commentary tent for the half-time, if you're at the ground, please make sure you make yourself known to me. I'm the sweaty-looking Australian guy sitting under this absolute sauna of a tent here where the heat has just accumulated because no one bothered to put holes in the side of the tent. I may have to ask for that tomorrow. It's getting proper warm in here. Hey, Sam, in again. Oh, almost got a feather on that. Slip went up, I thought, for the catch, and ends up just giving a round of applause. That's a wonderful way to finish the over for Awarish. And the score is 52 for 3 after 5. Just a reminder that the Canberra Knights won the toss and elected to bat first. Well, they're making a fist of it. They're halfway through their innings, and the score is 52. So that's not too bad. There's nothing to be dismissive about. It's a score. They just need to push on and make sure they can get more boundaries out of these batsmen. Khan's still there. He hasn't faced a ball in that over. He's still on 3 from 8, and Tanvi Shanto is 13 from 10 deliveries. And he started swinging the blade and making contact. And now Jean-Claude Duval comes on, and he was a wicket taker. He was a multiple wicket taker in the previous game. Also, almost took a really good outfield catch. Also at deep cover, I think it was. No, deep cover. And unfortunately, he spilled it after, I think, 4 attempts at the juggling act. So let's see if he can get a breakthrough now. Had a breakthrough with his first ball in the previous match, in match 33. Let's see if he can do it again. Oh, he bowls that one short, wide. Probably lucky to get away with that. If batter had contacted that, believe me, Khan would have sent that to that very massive gap between deep square and fine leg. It's very big. Get a couple of battleships through there at the same time. And there's the gap I'm talking about. And he's done exactly that. So Duval has strayed and put it into his hitting arc, and Khan has just gone bang. Just checking to see if that was a 4 or a 6. What was your first impression on that one, chat? What do you think? Let's have a look again. See where it comes down. Ooh, does that hit the rope? My feeling was maybe it either hit the rope or maybe just in front of it. And that's correct. It is indeed a 4. Unlucky not to get the maximum there. Doesn't quite get it. So Khan moves up to 7 from 9. Now, that's not good. And it has been taken. Fine leg, settles under it. And Khan, what have you done? Unfortunately, he's holed out. Attempted to go for the big swipe. He's got too much for a top edge. And Khan. Oh, no. That old Klingon proverb of a revenge, of a dish being served cold. No time for that. That's an obvious reference. Well, anyway, Khan's on his way. And it is 57 for 4. Coimbra Knights lose another one. And Duval, he picks up another wicket. He's getting pretty handy here, coming in and picking up a few of these wickets from the middle order. And also putting the brakes on as well. So they need to not lose heart here. Imran Hassan is new batsman, so he and Tanvi Shanto need to sort something out here and put on a partnership. The partnership was going a little bit better there between Shanto and Khan, but it's very close not to have 2 and 2 there. Goes to the big hoik and only succeeds in getting it just a little bit of airtime. So, bit of encouragement around the ground for the Coimbra Knights. Good to see. So swivels into position, it punches that to backward square. And just a single because there's a bit of protection out there. There was a backward square leg. Well, actually, square leg is actually quite square, so I call that regulation square. And the fine leg, well, he's actually quite wide. He's not fine as you think a fine square leg is. And there's just double checking on something here. So yeah, the outfield on the leg side, you've obviously got the deep mid wicket. Obviously that protection's there, especially in T10. That's pretty standard, and it's been called a dead ball. Batsmen go back to their positions. Obviously something wasn't ready. Just signalled again by the umpire there. He's just going to explain to the batsman and to the officials what's happening. Yep, it was the wrong batsman on strike, would you believe? That was what the problem was. Anyone in the chat spot that? I didn't, I was too busy talking to you. So, let's try that again, shall we? One more time. So, just pausing here, just waiting for everything to be reset, and we are good to go any moment now. In fact, we are right now. That's short, that's clipped, and that's going to run away as the third man had to come up inside the circle, and that's been punched past him for a boundary. 4 runs off it. 61 for 4, halfway through the 6th. And Duval, though, he's picked up a wicket again in his first over. He's becoming a very handy bowler for Awarish. Very handy indeed. And again, that's been hit pretty hard, but it's gone straight to the fielder, who's very square on the boundary line there. Rifles in a good throw. No chance of a second one there. So a couple more to come in this over. The expected score is still around mid to high 90s. That's encouraging. Puts me within touching distance of 100 if they can motor on and get there. And that is a wide ball. Duval cannot believe it. He is absolutely gobsmacked. Stunned. Stunned he is. I'm sure he's going to be okay about it though. I say that tongue in cheek. But he did have a look of genuine surprise. Well, that's gone straight up. Duval wants it. Keeper wants it. They're going to leave it for the point fielder who rushes in too far and doesn't go far enough by holding it. That's unfortunate. Gurjeet Singh spills it. And Duval's looking at him and thinking, I should have done it myself. And the keeper's saying, I got gloves. I could have done it. Anyone? Bueller? Never mind. Catch goes down. Bit of luck there. Coimbra Knights live dangerously. 64 for 4. He really bends the back there, does Duval. Gets that one a little bit quicker in. And it's just going to be a single. Imran Hassan moves to 6 from 2. And that's 6 overs gone. 65 for 4, 6 overs gone. And Duval has got 1 for 13. Tanvishanto is on 14. He's still grinning, but I think he's still laughing about maybe that wide delivery. But hey, it's wide. The umpire calls it. And if the umpire calls it, it's wide. End of story. So, have a look at that. Tanvishanto is now top scorer. He's got 14 from 11. Him and Mohammed Imran Hassan need to put a partnership here over the next 4 overs. And they need to make sure that the Coimbra Knights have got triple digits to defend when Irish come out under lights in about half an hour's time. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens then. But they need to get the score on the board. That's the important thing. So it looks like Sawa is coming to the attack. Some of the left arm spin. Big hit down the ground. Come towards the commentary position. And caught. Beautifully caught. Jean-Claude Duval, he doesn't spill that one. He catches it beautifully well. And he gets him cleaned for his trouble by Imran Khan, who's loving patting his backside. That's a really good friendly bit of banter, that one. Good stuff. Good catch. Well, the reason I'm actually happy for Duval is because he had a bit of trouble with a catch in the outfield in the previous match, and he juggled it 3, 4, 5 times before it spilled. So he's going to feel pretty happy for taking that one. Very good clean catch, made all the ground to it. I thought it was going to come into the commentary tent. I thought it was my chance to shine and to get on the camera, but it's been taken away from me. But hey, it was a good catch. So well done in the outfield there. Irish holding on to that chance. 65 for 5. Well, look at that. Wild swing and a big miss. And the stumps have been clattered yet again. Now, Kadir, he just misses it by a country mile, doesn't he? Top of leg stump, bang, way back. Bowls him quite wide on the crease, doesn't he, Sawa? Quite wide. But that's trouble. That is trouble. Stuart Williams, weather in England tomorrow cloudy with showers. Oh, sorry to hear that. But thanks for letting me know, Stuart. Appreciated. Hope it's going to be isolated showers, maybe somewhere else in a different part of London. Maybe over in the East End or something like that. I don't know. But let's keep away from Wrens Park. Let's get it happening. 65 for 6. 6.2 overs gone. And Skipper Greenshill's just he's mindful, reminding the guys of the time and pointing to his wrist. And saying, just this whole thing needs to be watched for. I think this new batsman wasn't really too sure. Who's just come running out now? He hasn't got his gloves on. He still seems a little bit unsure. This is Richard John. And I'm not sure what's going on here, but he's putting the gloves on. He was not prepared. It was 2 and 2, and I think the bowler and the captain had just reminded the umpire that, if this has taken a fair bit of time. It's taken a bit too long. And, the player needs to move on here. Now, he's forgotten something. What is it he's forgotten? I think, has he run out without his box? Oh, no. No, it's not his box. They are, I think it's his glasses. Trying to see what it is he's doing there. Yep, he has run out without his glasses. Box, you're an idiot, Phil. It's his glasses he's forgot. If he's going to run out without his box, what is he going to put it on his face for? That's disgusting. So he's run out without his glasses. No wonder he took so long to come out. He wasn't too sure where to go. And I can say that because I wear glasses. So that's not me having to go at people who wear glasses. I wear glasses. And I take these glasses off, believe me. I walk into walls. Sawa on a hat trick. Here we go. Oh, digs it out. Good defensive work there from Richard John. He says, nope, not on my watch. Not going to get a hat trick with me. And Sawa has to think about it and suck it up and say, all right, fine, maybe I'll get you on the next one. So Richard John. He's a small fella. Okay. So Sawa bowling quite well here. Richard John, he's still on his duck, but he's playing defensively. It's 65 for 6. 2 more to come. Goes for a big swipe. He saw it on leg side. The problem was, though, he moved so it would be sort of on his offside, and then he tried to pull it. So not quite getting the right position there. Something for him to work on. This will be the last ball of the over. And almost picks up a third in that over. 2 for nothing. Sawa doing wonders to his bowling averages with that over. Well done him. Was on a hat trick. First 2 balls of the over. Picked up 2 wickets. 65 for 6 after 7. Reminder, the Coimbra Knights won the toss and elected to bat first. And they've got 65 on the board. 3 overs to go. That expected score has now dropped quite a bit. Now down to 84. And it's going to be tough going now for them to get the triple digits, unfortunately, for them. So Duval's back on. And bit of a false start, that one. We'll try that again. Gets a generous round of applause from somewhere in the stadium. I think it was the Coimbra Knights dugout who gave that round of applause. Interesting. And cracked. Tanvir Shanto goes over, into the stand, and it comes back into the stadium for not the first or the second time tonight. Just bounces straight back in. Umpire's going to have a look at that ball and make sure that it wasn't damaged by the that very solid stand, which takes a lot to move. I don't think the casual cricket ball will move it, but that cricket ball... Oh, no, that cricket ball is no good. Umpire put the hand up, and he has said, this one is no good. Yep, that is no good. That cricket ball is gone. That's a damaged grizzly. 71 for 6. And we're in the 8th. Duval bowling the 8th. And that's just been hit to point. No chance for a run there. Phil walks into ice cream. Sorry? I know I was saying that when I don't have my glass on, I walk into walls. Oh, yes. Got me there, Dave. Well done. Well done. And that's hit uppishly. That's 1 bounce and 4. And through the ball boy as well. Lovely shot. So Shanto taking over here proceedings for the Coimbra Knights and getting on his bike and pedalling hard. Run rate is exactly 10 and over. 75 for 6. And Dave has just undone me with a beautiful pun there. Oh, that's a full ball, and he's got a hold of that. So that's going to be no ball, and that's going to be 4 as well. Duval puts his hand up and apologises to the batsman, says, mate, didn't mean that. And the batsman acknowledges and says, I know you didn't. I got 4, and I got a no ball, and I've got a free hit coming. So it's win-win for the Coimbra Knights. Jean-Claude Duval just needs to maybe slow it down a little bit here. Free hit is signalled. 80 for 6. Free hit coming. And that is definitely going to be a wide ball. Pushes it way too wide, trying to be a little bit defensive there. Dave, the joke did work. You did well there, mate. I know there's a delay between me reading it and commenting and then you guys typing. But there you go. Oh, I almost plucked that out of thin air. Almost plucked that out with the outstretched hand. Good bowling, though. Good comeback. Couple more to come in this over. Tough conditions out there. It's pretty warm. When the breeze drops, you really feel the humidity and the heat out there. Hits the pad and just goes around. They're going to go for a single. Well, Keeper fakes a shy at the stump, then realises there was no backup, and he knows for a fact that if he'd had a shy and it missed, it was going to go between extra cover and the man on the boundary. Point Pro going for 4 overthrows, so he holds it. And Duval sends it down leg side. So Richard John here has to survive this one. He's on 0 currently. He's looking to try to see out this over. This is the end of the 8th coming up. Comes off the short run to make sure he gets it on the money. Outside off. And that's hit towards extra cover, and they don't take a run. And skipper Greenshields picks up. And I think he's still asking the question, why is no one at the stumps for me to throw? And Duval just turned to the umpire and got his gear, his hat and his glasses, and he's going back to his place. And Sarwar's going to come on and hand his hat over, and it's going to be his turn. So I've got the run rate there. Little sightward angle there towards the end. Tanvir Shanto getting things going in the 8th, which is really good to see. As you see, a bunch of wickets there at the end. 3 wickets over 6 and 7, making things very difficult there as well. So, Sarwar, can he pick up another one? And they don't take a run. I think Shanto wants to farm the strike here and keep Richard John off the strike. And Richard John, he looks like he probably needs to maybe spend a bit of time at the other end and maybe just see off the occasional delivery. But Shanto here, he's a pitch hitter. He's been there for a while now. He's top scorer. It's right that he's at the main end. And that's gone up in the air. It's going to bounce once and into the hands of Imran Khan. And they don't take a run. So yeah, Tanvir Shanto definitely farming that strike. Looking for only 2s, 4s and 6s at the moment. Trying to keep Richard John off strike. Give the youngster a chance when he can. That's a bigger hit. That's something for... Well, you heard the bang. I hope it wasn't that car that I can see in the middle of the picture there. Honestly, if you own that car and you parked it there, then I hope your insurance is paid up. So Sarwar has gone for 6. He's got 2 for 6. And that was a big hit and it went bang. That's it down the ground. They are going to take a single here. I think Tanvir Shanto feels that he's going to give strike to the youngster. So he has to face 2 deliveries now. It's 90 for 6, so they may make the ton. If Shanto can keep batting partners and stay on strike, he should face the next over. And there's a bit of a charge by Richard John. He gets off the mark. They do take a single. And he's off the mark. And he gets a little clap for his effort too from some of the fielders here. So good on them and good on him. Everyone starts somewhere in cricket, don't we? We all start somewhere. Remember that. Last ball of the over. Shanto on strike. This comes down the ground. That's going to be a 6. And it's going to come towards me. Can you believe that? It's come right to my feet. Sorry, guys. I can't do anything else with it. There you go. It came over the boundary line and it took a right-hand turn at Albuquerque and it went straight under the comms desk to my feet. Unfortunately, the turn that it took to come under the desk, I wasn't ready for that. It didn't look it was going to do that. So then I couldn't run out into the camera with the fielding with it because Jean-Claude Duval was already inside the commentary tent waiting for me to hand it back to him. But that is the end of the 9th. 97 for 6 after 9. That was it, Phil. That was your one moment to run out on camera. Never mind. It's all right. I'm not that person. It's okay. So there's the bowling. Looking pretty good. Looking very tight there. Jean-Claude Duval went for a few. Azim Sarwar, brilliant stuff there. 2 for 14 from his, including 2 for 0 for that first over. And Gurjeet Singh gets the duty for the 10th. See if they can finish strong here. And he's gone to play a man-cad against Shanto. It's very quiet around the arena. I would hazard a guess that was probably not the coolest thing to do in the world. I think actually even Captain came over and said, withdraw the appeal. That's what I think was said from Conrad Greenshields. Just saying, get on with it. Don't need that. And just get confirmation between the umpire and the officials about that delivery. Now, Gurjeet Singh, will he release the ball? Yes, he does. And it's a leg side wide. So, score goes to 98 for 6. They're perilously close to getting 100 here, and I hope for their sake they do. I hope the Canberra Knights get 100 up. It will be good for them to defend a score that's triple digits. I think it will be really important for them to do that against this team from Awaresh, who are quite powerful hitting. Quite powerful. And there's another wide ball. This score is getting perilously close now to 100. 99 for 6. Here in the ninth, haven't had a legal delivery yet. And we've had one where Gurjeet Singh didn't want to release the ball. Let's try again. Well, that's gone up in the air. Fielder's going to come a long way around. It bounces in front of him. And just the single. And Richard John goes to 2. 2 from 7. Shanto now gets to try a little bit harder, but that's the 100 up. Well done, Canberra Knights. They got the 100 up in the 10th. 100 for 6. 9.1 overs gone. 5 deliveries left to try to build on top of that. Let's see how they go. Up and under. It's going to clear the infield and bounce away from the fielders, and that's 4 runs. So Shanto here is eyeing off a half century, which probably we didn't think he was going to get until now you look at the score and you realise, well, he's only 5 runs away. Might get it. We'll see. We'll see. So, thanks again to everyone who's joined us in the chat. Wonderful to have your company. Blue Spanner or not, wonderful to see you all there, and glad to engage with you guys about all sorts of things cricket and about what on earth I'm doing here, being a Blue Spanner myself, and about what's happening in ECN as well at the moment, what sort of things we've got coming up. A lot of cricket coming up this summer. That's a smash down the ground, but this is going to go straight into the hands of Imran Khan, who will not drop it and takes a very good catch right in front of his eyes. And that is a terrific innings from Tanveer Shanto, and he should get a pat on his back from everybody for that. Very well done indeed. That is the 7th wicket to fall. Look at that. Watches it straight inside the hands. There's a lesson for the youngsters watching today. That's how you take an outfield catch. Imran Khan leading by example. Very well done. But Tanveer Shanto, well, there you go. For 45, when his team needed him most. So well done, you. And his skipper comes out, takes the bat off him as well, and says, look, you've hit a few boundaries with that bat. Why don't you give that to me? Get him in my hands. Let's see what happens. Am I getting brought another coffee? Oh, Steve, am I? Really? Oh, I'm getting another coffee. Oh, you're a champion. Thank you very much. I just got warned. Another coffee was coming on the chat. I was a bit slow. And that's been clipped right down the throat of the man at backward point. He had to backpedal a little bit, but that's Stubbsy gone. First ball, boom, gone. 8 wickets down.
Stubbsy holds the record in ECN as far as I'm aware for the longest innings without scoring a run.
Well, that's interesting. We'll double check that, but I would believe that. I would believe that.
I think it was something like 11 balls.
11 balls without scoring. Well, there you go. You heard it live there. Stubbsy holds the record in the ECN for the longest time without scoring. 11 deliveries in the T10. And that must feel like an eternity. Steve, hey, no problem, mate. Thank you for giving the heads up on the coffee. It's just arrived. And Phil is a very happy boy. Very happy indeed. Make sure after this... what have we got? 2 more deliveries, Steve. Make sure as I walk out with the coffee, make yourself known and maybe get over and say hello. You can come over during the break. That's not a problem. I think it's only when the cricket's on. ECM prefer not to have the people around mulling around the commentators. Puts us off because we like a chat. That's why we do the commentary job, of course. These Canberra Knight batsmen just taking a little while to get themselves together and come out. Hopefully he's got everything. He's got gloves. He's got a bat, pads. He's got his glasses on. Probably should tighten the strap on that helmet. And we're good to go in a few seconds' time as well. 2 more deliveries. 104 for 8 is the score. And Gurjeet Singh has got 2. So, yeah, Stuart Williams, well played, sir. I think that's for Tanveer. I'm sure it is. Tanveer Shanto, I thought, played a really good innings. Very good indeed. 2 balls left in this innings. Where can the Canberra Knights get to? Gurjeet Singh in again. And the question's asked. Hit the pad first. Just squirts away to a vacant 3rd slip area. Very, very shy and tentative with the bat there. The batsman just goes to play forward defence, not really near it. Does that little hop forward that so many of us do when we think we're going to be caught LBW. I think I've been guilty of doing that myself. Well, it didn't come off the bat properly, it came off the toe, and that sound is the sound of a cricket bat I've not heard for quite a long time. I think I had an old cricket bat like that, which was pretty much past its prime. That's exactly how the shot sounded like. And anyway, it finished with the dot. So, Gurjeet Singh, he ends up with 2 for 7. The score finishes on 104 for 8. The Coimbra Knights get to themselves to 100, and then just a couple more runs, but it's 104 for 8. They lost 8 wickets getting there, but they got there. That's the important thing, they got there. So, they're giving themselves something to work with there. It's over 100, it's 3 digits, the lights are on here, the shadows are getting longer. You can see there in that lovely shot of the ground, the sky is a lot bluer than it looks like in that particular shot. It really is so much more blue, especially directly overhead. Oh, it's a beautiful colour. The sun is almost completely gone. The stand is still lit up quite nicely over there, and the Irish team are having a bit of a chat in the middle of the ground there. And they're going to go off and then talk about how they're going to approach this run chase. They're going to need 105 runs to pick up the points here. They're going to talk about how to get the bonus point as well, because they want to get maximum points. Of course they do. And the Coimbra Knights are probably going to get over there, just have a sit and think for a minute about this innings. That 45 from Tanveer Shanto, absolutely outstanding, well battered you off 24 runs in a team that's really just been pulled together really quickly in the last maybe 24, 48 hours. So well done to them to get that score on the board. 18 extras, that definitely helped too. There was a few wayward deliveries from Taj Muhammad, a couple of wides in his bowling, and a few bits and pieces. Shout out to Islam for his 13. And to, Imran Hassan for hanging around as well. You know, the batsmen, they tried, and they got the score on the board, so that's something they're going to have to defend. All the Irish bowlers picked up a wicket. We used 6 bowlers there, so that's not bad from those bowlers. Look at those two at the end there. Asim Sarwar, 2 for 14, and Gurjeet Singh, 2 for 7. 1 for 15 for Maisam, and Taj Muhammad, who bowled with a lot of fire, 1 for 19 from his 2. And Jean-Claude Duval, he picked up 1 and got a good catch as well, just in front of me. And that was, 30 off his 2 overs. He was a little bit expensive. That was at a time when Tanveer was really starting to go gangbusters. And he starred for the Coimbra Knights. You can see there, really starred. So that's the final, not the final, but that's the mid-match summary. I was going to say that's the final wrap-up for that innings, which I guess it is. Coimbra Knights 104 for 8, and Irish needs 105 off 60 at 10.5 runs per over. It's the kind of score you think they should get, but it's going to be under lights. Eyes need to adjust. Anything could happen. It starts to get a little bit cooler as well. And as the sun is slowly dipping down in the west, so I shall slowly dip into this fresh cup of coffee I've been given. And I'm going to go off and see if I can find Steve McVeigh and have a bit of a laugh and a chat. And I'll be back with you in about 6 minutes' time for the run chase. Irish needs 105 off 60. This is the European Cricket Series at night here, coming to you from Portugal, from Miranda do Corvo. And this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying I'll be back with you in a few minutes. Cheerio.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And we are back live with the run chase. So Irish looking to come out strong and to get 105 runs on the board to take the points tonight. If they get it within 7 overs, it's going to be 4 points up to grabs for them. And then again, if the Coimbra Knights can push this one hard, you never know, it could be a golden ball. It's been 30 matches since the golden ball. That is a long time, starting to get longer and longer. People might say 30 matches, that's not too long, but for me, that's been too long. I've been here for 17 days and no golden ball. I demand my golden ball. Finals though tomorrow in England ECS. So Twickenham and Spencer will kick things off with Eliminator. Then we'll go to the qualifier involving Wimbledon, NCCA, and then we'll see what comes out of that to be the next qualifier and the final. Here tomorrow night, again with me, Phil G, on the chat, it's going to be Rangers Cricket Club versus Irish. So Irish are going to do another back-to-back game here tomorrow night, Friday night cricket. Rangers looking to salvage something from this tournament. And don't want them to go home empty-handed, but they're going to have to do something quite amazing for that to happen. And we'll see what happens there. And, of course, Irish, well, it'll be interesting to see what team they field tomorrow, because they'll probably think they're in the red-hot chance to take out the Rangers, who are yet to get a win yet. Be interested to see what the team makeup is. So, before we kick things off, just a bit of news. I've just dropped that in the chat, and this is for everyone who's listening. What's going on here? The team of Coimbra Knights, they have been imposed with 2 5-run penalties because the batsmen took too long to get their gear together and get out to the centre. That is why the Irish score is already showing 10 for no loss. We haven't bowled a ball yet, but that is the reason why 10 is on there. That's 2 5-run penalties because the batsmen took too long to move and get out to the centre. And now we start for real. And we start for real with, that is Islam. Sophie called Islam, and he gets one past Asim Sawa, who is striking. Sorry, he's facing. Striking? He's not striking. He's not striking, he missed. With and Imran Khan at the non-striker's end. We just went, I can hear the ball boy running behind me. He didn't want to run behind me straight away because the batsman would have caught sight of that high-vis jacket. Might have thrown him a little bit. Second ball now. And that is straight onto the legs and hooked around the corner for a lovely shot for 4. A couple of bounces, bang, done. The run chase is on in earnest with runs from the bat. But as I said, those 10 runs you saw on the score, that's exactly what it was for. Yeah, it was 2 5-run penalties you saw there. It was Richard John who took a bit long to get his gear on and come out to the centre. And then the second time it happened, I could see that Mr. Greenshields, the skipper for Irish, went over to the umpire and just asked the question politely and said, "What do you think of that?" And the umpire concurred and said, "Yes, we've already penalised 5 runs for that and 5 runs for this." So that's why it starts on 10. Just played with soft hands by Sawa out towards point region, and he gets himself off the strike at Imran Khan on the strike. So that's where we're sitting. So not a great start, unfortunately, for the Coimbra Knights, and just makes their role a lot more difficult out here under lights, and the lights are starting to take a bit more of effect now. The sun's definitely gone. There's no more sun. I can see the sun rays on the hills way over to the left, but I'm talking right at the top of those mountains. And that's it, though. This ground, though, is just got this sort of twilight section now of the evening, and the lights look absolutely fantastic here. And Islam is to resume his attack to Imran Khan, who got a good 60 odd in the previous match. It was a 67, wasn't it? I was going to say 68. No, don't give him extra runs if they don't earn them. 67 he got off, I think, 24 deliveries. So the score is already up to 15. And yeah, a bit of an agricultural swipe there, but just didn't get up high enough. And the good news also from here too, let's every cloud is a silver lining, that sort of thing, was I got to finally meet Steve McVeigh. So I was very happy to pop over and say hello to him, and that was great. Finally, I get to meet someone from the chat, another Blue Spanner crew, and that's awesome. That's been hit down the ground, and that is going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and just gets away from the fielder, who I feel gave up there. That really stopped very quickly. That was Khan. Yeah, not sure about that. I felt a bit half-hearted for that chase. Anyway, he could have overhauled it, I think, but I think he didn't want to dive because he has to do some bowling. He'll probably bowl the second over too. So Islam gets back to it, Imran Khan's off the mark with a 4 straight down the ground over the bowler's head. And this score is already mounting up. And that's hit straight again. Well, this is going to be a crazy run out if the throw's good. It's not good. That's a crazy... Well, the fielder... That's a comedy of errors because Rahman, who threw the ball to the keeper, is holding his hands as they say, why didn't you run him out? And the keeper had to take... Look at this. Had to take a very wide ball. And it was awkward. It was an awkward throw. It was not a good throw. And Rahman has the audacity to say, why didn't you run him out? What was wrong with that throw? Only that it was about 2 metres away from the stumps. Anyway, there we go. First over is done. 19 on the board thanks to those the 10-run extras, 2 5-run penalties imposed due to the Coimbrunite batsman being a bit slow, a bit tardy, getting out to the centre. That's something that they'll obviously learn and just think, well, you know, that was 10 runs. We didn't have to lose, but we did. And I'm indeed correct. Khan is going to bowl. Rayhan Khan. And he has been cracked towards the boundary, or almost a catch. Oh, good effort there. Kadir Ahmad almost pockets it. Almost pockets it as it gets hit out towards the cover boundary. Not hit that sweetly by Sarwar at all. So, 20 on the board. 1 over and 1 delivery old this game. And Rayhan Khan, a bit of work to do. With a lot of work to do. Coimbrunites with a lot of work to do, try to defend this score of 105. Well, that was a very audacious appeal. I can tell you now that was really clear in the stumps. It basically straightened. On the angle I'm standing, that straightened out and was going directly away from me. That was, that's the kind of appeal we should say for the Red Cross. They need it more than anyone else. And Khan gets it taken a little bit low there. That'll wake you up. That'll stir the vegetables a bit. Now that's skied straight up in the air, but I think it's going to carry and then some, which it certainly does. It's the look away hook shot, and it goes for 6. And Khan is getting taken to the clean. No, that doesn't really work, does it? I'll try and think of something else. Okay, this is just carnage. How about that? See if the chat reacts to that one. Hope you like that one. Yeah, and a big hello to Luke Belgium in the chat too. Nice to see you again, Luke. Haven't seen you there for a while. Glad you joined us here this evening in this lovely part of the world here in Portugal. Hope you're enjoying the well, what is this? The broadcast, the telecast, the stream. Hope you're enjoying it all. And that's a rank outside the leg. Gets away from the keeper, he can't do much about that. Gets away from the fielder, he can't do a lot about that. And that is 4 wides signalled. Or did he get a little bit of something on that? Oh, there you go. I didn't see the extras shown there. Maybe got a little something on that. So Sarwar on 6, Khan on 10. And the other Khan, which is Rayhan Khan, coming for a bit of stick here. Let's hit down the ground. Bit of work there for the fielder. Shies it in. And they get through, they scamp through for signal. I think these 2 batsmen are still having a little bit of a communication issue there. That's the second time it's been a bit sort of weird. John Gray with a good comment there about the spanners. Acknowledged. Yeah, blue spanners all at Wimbledon. It's a great place to accumulate all the spanners. Just play with soft hands down. And that man at third man has to just work around a little bit, but it's just the 1 run. And so this over's gotten a lot tighter now. So Khan has managed to turn off the carnage. Just chill. And somewhere in the background in the distance I can hear a bell ringing. I think it's the local church. There is a festival here tonight in Miranda do Covo. Maybe that's why Steve McVeigh's in town. Well, that kept a bit low. So a bit of a jump there for Imran Khan. He punches it out onto the leg side. Shy at the stumps. He was definitely home easy. Easy as light. Bit of a smile from Imran Khan. It's all good. But I'm looking at poor old Khan, the bowler, who's feeling a little bit hard done by there. 34 for no loss after 2 is the score. and Awarish needs 71 from 48. That run rate is under 9, which you think would be a bit of a cakewalk for a team of this ability. And you have a look there at the board. Well, that's a lot of work for the Coimbra Knights to get back into a position where they could be considered for the Super 5. It could be curtains, could be trouble. This game is probably not going the way they want it to go at the moment. They need to get some wickets and pretty quickly to have a chance here. Islam's in again. Probably their best bowler. Oh, that keeps low. And Khan just gets the bat down in time. You can see the way he's just holding that stance and looking at the ground thinking, what on earth was that? Well. So it is a lovely evening here. It's cooled down quite a bit. When we got here in the middle of the day, we got here at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was really properly warm in the sun. And then I walked in here into the commentary position, and it was really sauna, humid, warm in here as well. That's hit very, very straight. The chase is on, and the bowler's going to win that chase. They're still inside the power play, so there's no fielder back for that one. And that has run across the boundary line for 4. Khan here, taking up where he left off when he hit a very quick fire 67 in the previous game, and now it's Islam's copying it a little bit, being hit a bit hard, and the fielder down here again was Rehan. Unfortunately, he couldn't get to that. He was too wide at that regulation mid-on. Bowler in again. It's Fuller, and he's cleaned him up. It was slower and Fuller, and he's cleaned him up, and there you go. Khan's night is done. So he won't feature here at the end when it's all said and done, although I'm sure he'll be one of the people to come out of he'll definitely be the one to come out of the huddle and shake hands. But his evening here in the middle is done, as I guess just to clarify what I'm trying to say there. And he's just there, neck and crop. It was slow, it was Fuller, it was good delivery, and good wicket. Some really good Khan jokes appearing there in the chat with... Every comment I'm looking at, I'm trying to find one that isn't a Khan pun, and every single one of them is. That's why I'm giggling to myself. Apologies for everyone else who's wondering, what on earth am I talking about? Well, it's not on Earth, it's in outer space. So, 38 for 1. We're halfway through the third over. 67 needed from 45 deliveries. The run rate's still under 9, but the Coimbra Knights have got the first wicket. That's the encouragement for them. They've managed to get their first wicket, and it's Imran Khan brings Greenshields skipper. Greenshields to the crease. He takes his guard on off stump. And Sawa still at the non-strikers end. He's on 7 from 5. And Islam is going to have his chance to try and knock over the skipper as he comes steaming in from the northern end here. And that's wild down leg side. Keeper manages to get a mitt on it, maybe slow it down for his backstop. Very good work there. That is Girish Singh, who I think has done pretty well behind the stumps. Sorry, it's not Girish Singh. What are you talking about, Phil? That is Dave Smith, who's the keeper for the... I was going to say they didn't like Girish Singh. That is Dave Smith for the Coimbra Knights, who's done pretty well. There has been a couple of times I think the fielders have expected him to take some catches, but I think that some of these edges have flown past him. And all in all, I don't think the keeper can... I don't think keeper has done a bad job tonight. Oh, just gets away from him there. Give him a rev up, and that's what happens. He's got a bit of support, though. Stuart Williams, Phil, about the penalty runs. Each team know the rules, so really no excuse. Yeah, Stuart, I do completely agree with that. I think when I was saying, unfortunately, things like that, it was unfortunate that it happened from a team viewpoint more than anything else. You're absolutely right. The players know the rules. They're given the rules. They're asked to read the rules. And you know what? I mean, I run the administration and the local league in Czech Republic, and I know what it's like to put out rules and have players complain that they haven't read the rules properly. And Conrad's been bowled. Can you believe it? He's gone for a duck. He's fallen for the slower ball. The second batsman this over to fall for the slower faller ball. Oh, and the Coimbra Knights are suddenly a bit pumped now. They're keen as mustard. Look at this. Well, it happens to all of us, doesn't it? And he's just played a straight ball. It was just the pace that's deceived him. So this slower ball from Suffolk Islam, and look at that. Well, 2 for 2 in the over. And Greenshields marches off, realising that his evening is also done. It's going to be left up to Sawa and the rest of the middle order batsmen to carry this game on. Yeah, so just finishing that comment, yeah, Stuart Williams, I completely agree with. And I can see John Gray jumping in there as well. Absolutely. It's that's what the rules are there for, and that's the thing about cricket. It's full of rules and stats. We all know that. And the whole thing about subjectivity is something we tried to take out of the game as much as possible, but we leave it up to the umpire. And that's why we say when the umpire says it, it is what it is. End of story. Otherwise, there'd be ridiculous arguments, discussions between players, which is just, that's just chaos. So that's what our sport is, and that's why we love it, because that's how it's ruled. That's straight, but it's hit down the ground very nicely. They run for a single to get off the mark. As Gurjeet Singh, it looks like to me, it is indeed Gurjeet Singh. And he gets off with a single, and that's the end of a successful over from Sofikul Islam. 42 for 2. Gets 2 big scalps in that over. Gets Imran Khan, then he gets skipper Conrad Greenshields for a duck. Goes for a derrick. Have a look there. Awarish and the Knights side by side. Obviously, that maiden in that what's that? The 7th over there. Quite a surprise there, wasn't it, for Coimbra Knights? But there you go. They sort of dropped the ball, but they came back with 18 in the next over, and they tried to power their way to the end. They got up to 104, so you have to give credit for that. And Irish are doing quite well here too. Now Richard John is going to be given the ball, and I think this is a good move. Let's see what he can do. Well, he starts off with leg side wide. So Sawa and Gurjeet Singh with the duty now for Irish to finish this game off. I say finish this game off because we know this is a hard-hitting, big-hitting team, and they're chasing 105, and you do expect these guys to get there. You expect that, but however, 2 big wickets back in the shed. Another one makes it interesting. Oh, this could be the Sawa show now tonight. He's turned that round without even a hesitation. Got into position really quickly, swiveled, and that has been sent a long way back for 4, but it's rolled a long, long, long way. Oh, the chat enjoying that about the stamps in regarding Conrad's delivery, Conrad's wicket. All in good fun. We know that he doesn't mind a good rub as much as everyone else. So Richard John here, just hit for a couple more. Sawa maybe enjoying his bowling, maybe enjoying his pace. And now Gurjeet Singh gets a look. Let's see what he can do here. And he goes bang. And that clears us. I went quiet because I was waiting to hear if that was going to hit the stand or not. It didn't. It just smacked into the concrete. Score is 55 for 2. 50's up. Gurjeet Singh. He's on 7. That strike sends messages as well. Now, I won't be surprised if they continue to put the foot down here and just think, you know what? It won't hurt to have another boost to the net run rate. What do you say, team? What do you say? Let's have a look. Yeah, good comment there from Kroon. Hope when Vinny makes it, he brings Derek along. That'd be cool. I'd like to have that because I've kind of missed that as well. I have to remind myself. I have to write down my little notepad here that 0 equals Derek, just so I make sure it happens. I'm not going to do the duck noises. I leave that for one person only to handle that, and I think he does a fine job doing that. And I'm not going to cash in on his bargain because he does it beautifully, and that's been done beautifully too. Goodness, that is absolute authority. Absolute authority. That went so fast. I'm not sure the camera caught it properly. Maybe it caught the rebound. And that ball might come back with passport stamps. That has gone a long way. 66 for 2. 3.4 overs gone. Sawa on 12. And Gurjeet Singh overtaking him now. He's on 13. And Richard John, welcome to European cricket. Comes in again. And he's given us a bit of a dodgy wide. It's got away from the keeper. Bit of work for the fielder down there. He gets around from third man, and it's just the wide +1. And Sawa gets to face a couple of deliveries here. And strap in, take cover, put a helmet on. Fielders get ready. Ball boys get ready. Richard John do well to get a couple of dots here. Oh, well bowled. Oh, bold indeed. Gets a generous round of applause as well. So I can just push that out. Really defensive prod. And that's unfortunately strayed. Yeah, the wides, his bowling is just needs to tighten that up. I know they're trying to go for pace, but it's not always pace that gets the wickets. You can look at, say, like a bowler like Taj Mohammed, who's got proper express pace, but he does go for a bit with that. Bowler just a little too keen to get through his over here. I think he's just happy to finish it. Fielder's still getting back to their position. That's on the legs and easily turned around the corner just for a single. Straight to the fielder. And that is going to be 30 runs off the over. 72 for 2, 4 overs gone. The run rate is going through the roof. They need 33 from 18 for a bonus point, and it looks like they're cruising to get that as well. Dave says Derek is not a that. Of course he is. Everything's a that. I'm a that. Everyone's that. Look at that. Look at that. See the run rate? That's a that. So there you go. Everything can be called that. It just depends on how polite you want to be, I guess. Anyway. Singing while you're winning. Just looking at some of the puns here. Some good stuff there from the chat. Always on song. Always there to put a smile on everyone's face. And I really enjoy the Blue Spanner crew getting amongst it, trying to out-pun each other. If I was quicker on the keyboard, I could jump in. But I'm not here to do keyboard stuff. I'm here to do talk. And speaking of that, here comes Kadir Ahmed. That's straight, and it's picked up straight and dispatched over the stand. And that's 6. That's almost my interstellar call for the innings. Almost. The thing is, I can actually see the ball just behind the stand. So, a good hit, but I've seen bigger. Ooh. 78 for 2. We've just started the 5th. And Kadir Ahmad has gone right over the top of the stand. Where's this one going to go? Well, this has gone straight up in the air. And it's going to go behind and bounce away over the rope for 6. So back-to-back 6s now. So Sarwar deciding that that booking at the restaurant can come forward by half an hour, and he's getting on his bike, and he's keen to get down there, down the road, and get that seat. Only 21 from 16 for a bonus point, and obviously 21 away from the win here as well. John Gray, he knew that over was supersonic from John Richard. Wow, that is hit with proper authority. That is my interstellar call, and that's hit the light tower. That's my interstellar hit for the night. Bang, Sarwar gets the prize. He gets the chocolates. Well done, what a great hit. The ball boy standing next to the light tower, he looked up and he saw it hit very high on the tower and just watched it drop back into the field of play. Didn't have to do anything of it, and he thought, that's my job done. Umpire satisfied that the ball hasn't been hit out of shape. 90 for 2. Still 3 balls to go in this over. Could finish in this over. That's gone leg side for wides. And it has been stopped as well. So that's going to be a wide +1. And Sarwar off strike. He's gone to 32. Oh, they're going to take another one. Overthrow. Bowler was a little bit lazy, get behind that and stopping it. Just these little things creeping in. And Coimbra Knights need to get on top of that. And they will. I'm sure they will. So, Kadir, he's gone for 21. He's still got 3 balls to go. And that is a really good improvised shot. He had to turn the hands a little bit on that one to get the elevation, and he's done so with style. Sarwar, who ran back for that overthrow to get back on strike, continues, and he's got himself another Maximo. He goes to 38. And this score is only now six runs away. So I've been enjoying the cricket under lights here for, about 15, 20 minutes? And it looks like it's going to come to an end pretty shortly. And that would be the game right there. And that has landed way, way, way back. And that's the game. It finishes under 5 overs. Owarish beat the Coimbra Knights by 8 wickets in convincing fashion. I can't overemphasize that. Kadir Ahmed goes for 33 from his 5 deliveries. That... Yeah, and just looking in the chat with John Gray saying, can you start the horse? Amazing. We didn't even get a chance to say start the car. I'm not sure what happened there. dropped the ball on that one. Didn't get a chance to start the car. Irish have come along and emphatic style have just gone bang, 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 and that game is done and dusted. Well, there you go. Tim Harmer, sorry, I missed your question, Tim. How long have you been doing ECL commentary? I think you mean just ECN commentary. When did I start here? May 13th? When did this tournament start? May 13th. This was my first... Well, that's my first solo gig here. I've done commentary with ECN on and off. Just as like someone who helps out fill in the gaps when the ECN team come to Prague for the ECS. Probably about 3 years in a row now I think I've been involved in that. I've done a couple of matches with Vinny. I've done a match with Rico. I do a few games in Czech Republic with Danny. I do Danny Hudacek. I do usually do the commentary for the CE Cup with Danny in Prague as well. And I think last year ECS, didn't I? I think I did the first 3 days. With Danny Hudacek as well in the ECS. So I'm not a stranger to it, and I do enjoy it. But this is my first gig. I got caught up off the interchange bench, and here I am. So there's the batting card: 105 for 2, 4.5 overs. Asim Sarwar just went ballistic in that last over, 44 from 15. Gurjeet Singh ably assisted with 13 off 3, and Imran Khan, well, he went for 16 from 10, and Conrad Greenshields went for a golden Derek, which I'm sure his teammates are going to let him know about that, and so will all his fans around the world. And he's got some. Well, Kadir Ahmad, your economy rate and Richard John's economy rate weren't great there. However, Sofiqul Islam, look at that, 2 overs, 16, 2 for 16, economy rate of 8. Well, take your hat off, you did your job. And sadly, no one else got a chance to do their job. The lone figures the umpires walking back from the pitch there with the stumps as we go to the match summary. And you can see there, this was a comprehensive win by Irish. Coimbra Knights got to 104 for 8. Good innings from Tanvir Shanto. I think we all enjoyed that. But really good, solid bowling as well from Irish. It was always going to be a tough ask. And to defend 104 was going to be a tougher ask for the Coimbra Knights. And they haven't been able to do it. It's been done before the end of the 5th over, thanks to some big hitting from Sarwar, Khan and Singh. And unfortunately, due to some wayward bowling as well. I just missed how many wides there were, but I got a funny feeling there was a number of wides in this game, which was not very good at all. Not very good, but there we are. So that's the final summary. So the Irish pick up the 2 wins and they pick up the 2 bonus points, so they're going to be well and truly ahead of everybody on the table. They have done incredibly well here in this tournament so far, and they have to be the favourites on everyone's lips at the moment. Obviously, the teams from Group A will be looking at this game very closely and saying, well, that's who we're going to be facing for sure. And I'm talking about Punjab CC Amadoro, who finished top of the table in Group A, followed by the Lisbon Supergiants, who came in 2nd place. Oh, sorry, you know what? It was the Capitals, wasn't it? My apologies to those teams. But the point is, they're going to be watching this one very closely, for sure. So, that's where we finish. I can see people in the chat are saying goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. The music's going in the background already? Okay, there you go. The Force with Star Wars it is. Oh, Dave, your puns are getting better. There you go. So, I am going to sign off from now. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everyone in the chat. I can see you all saying thank you for the great work. I appreciate you guys being in the chat and giving me someone to talk to. So, even though I'm commentating by myself, I still feel like I'm chatting with you guys specifically, and that's a whole lot of fun for me. So, wonderful to have your company here. We're going to go. There's a dog on the field playing with our project manager as the Coimbra Knights guys carry their stuff across the field. Tomorrow night, Rangers take on Irish, and well, can Irish go for another 2 wins tomorrow? You'd have to think they'd be favourites to do so, and you'd have to think that the Rangers are going to have a tough old afternoon against this team. This team look absolutely on. Proper on. The tingle was never realistic possible this evening, says John Gray. Yeah, fair enough too. Martin Foster, well, thank you to you two for joining us, and I appreciate your kind words too. I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. I do try to entertain as much as inform without getting too carried away. And I hope that's what I'm doing. As I said, my first solo gig, but I'm not a stranger to how this thing works. And it's been a wonderful opportunity to get here at this European Cricket Series night here in Portugal, having the time of my life, working with a fantastic team here from ECN as well. And, of course, the great production team doing a wonderful job too. And, of course, the local hosts who do an amazing job taking care of us, always taking care of us, ferrying me out the cups of coffee and the water and keeping me happy and putting on a really good spread of food for us during the